idea what an ogre can do to you. They'll make a suit from your freshly peeled skin, shave your liver, squeeze the jelly from your eyes.
Oh no! He's reciting Shrek lines!
Remember that movie Shrek? Came out in 2001, out of nowhere just became this big monster hit, even won an Oscar for Best Animated Feature, but was it really that good? Well, I think I should check it out again.
The movie was kind of a parody of Disney. It mocked the way they would dumb down public domain fairy tales, like adding unnecessary sidekicks and inserting a ton of pop culture references just to make the source material more marketable, allowing them to juice them for sequels, spin-offs, theme park rides, toys, and video games. Shrek is an ogre who's forced on a quest to save a princess by a pint-sized lord. On the way, Shrek gains allies, like a talking donkey, and learns the true meaning of friendship, onions, beauty being on the inside, and, all that shit.
So anyway, I gotta rewatch Shrek, but of all these million streaming services, I don't know which one it's on. Is it Amazon or Peacock or whatever? And you know me, I'm old school, just got a new cell phone finally, so I need to track down a physical copy, even if it's VHS. I did get this VHS tape, Shrek Retold. This was sent by a fan. This is actually a remake, scene by scene. Now that's some commitment right there, but we need to find the actual movie. The video stores, well, that's out. I know, the library.
And not just any library, the Library of Congress. That's right, Shrek was just entered into the National Film Registry. It is now as culturally significant as the original Dracula, 2001 Space Odyssey, Saving Private Ryan, and Citizen Kane. There's just one problem. I asked the Library of Congress for a copy, and they sent me this weird version that's for the Game Boy Advance, which also came with Shark Tale. Ugh, how convenient. Your tax dollars at work.
Yeah, there is this weird period in gaming history where you could get movies or TV shows made to play on your portable gaming console.
I actually have a couple of movies made for the Sony PSP. Here we have Starship Troopers, awesome, and the not awesome Black Dawn, starring Steven Seagal. Why the fuck do I even own this?
I gotta be honest, I'd rather not watch Shrek on a tiny-ass Game Boy Advance screen. I want to watch it on my TV. So luckily, I have the Game Boy Player for the GameCube.
The Game Boy Player is basically just an amped-up Super Game Boy, but it can play Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance games, all on your GameCube. And if I have to say game one more fucking goddamn time, I'm gonna go insane. Just realized, the whole playing Game Boy on your TV thing skipped the Nintendo 64. I mean, there was the Wide Boy 64, but it wasn't released to the public. That thing's almost as wide as Shrek's ass. First, you grab your GameCube by the purse handle thing. Second, snap the player into the large port on the bottom, and then it has to be screwed in. You think that would be it? But no, you also need the Game Boy Player disc. Without it, you're fucked.
Remember how easy the Super Game Boy was? All you do, you take the cartridge, you put it in the Super Game Boy, and then you put that in your Super Nintendo, and boom! You're playing with power. But good luck not losing this tiny-ass disc. Oh, fuck.
Okay, so here's Shrek the movie on Game Boy Advance on GameCube, plus Shark Tale.
The hell is this? I did everything right. Just let me watch Shrek already, goddammit!
It turns out the Game Boy Player can't play these types of movie packs. I guess Nintendo was afraid people would capture the movie footage and use it to sell bootlegs. Yeah, sell bootlegs of shitty, low-resolution, pixelated movies.
So what am I gonna do now? Well, since I'm in a Shrek mood, I guess I'll see what games I have.
While I'm looking for this game, remember when I said Shrek was a clever parody of Disney? Well, Shrek quickly became a parody of itself by also having a ton of sequels, spin-offs, theme park rides, toys, and of course, video games. Alright, here we go. For the Game Boy Color, Shrek's Fairy Tale Freakdown? What the fuck is a Freakdown? I'm guessing it's ripping off the term SmackDown, which makes sense since this looks like a wrestling game and came out during WWF's Attitude Era. Plus, it's appropriate since there was a wrestling scene in the movie, so a Freakdown it is. First thing you need to do is pick a language. Well, let's see, American or English? I mean, what difference does it make? Is it going to change the spelling of Game Boy Color? Next, you're greeted with a pixelated Shrek putting some poor dude in a fucking headlock with a scary-ass grin on his face. I'm gonna squash your head like a grape, motherfucker! Yeah! Okay, let's hit start. And holy shit, that donkey looks like ass. That ass looks like ass. I guess I'll just pick Shrek. Let's get ready to rumble in the jungle! I mean, the forest. Oh god, what the fuck? What the hell is wrong with Shrek's face? Wait, I thought this was wrestling. There's no grappling, pins, a referee, or even a ring. This is just a run-of-the-mill tournament fighter.
Oh, and even worse, the controls are not responsive at all.
The combos just won't register. Luckily, the big bad wolf is just a big bad bitch and is easy to take down. Just drop kick him until he dies. And I like watching Shrek dance while the wolf crumbles to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Next, you fight Pinocchio in a village. Pinocchio is a real asshole. Not only can he throw objects, but he can use his boner nose to hit you from further away. Oh great, now I'm dead.
Did Shrek just fart? Yeah, he did it. It's not like he got the fart punched out of him. He fell over, went stiff, and then farted, which means that he died. I mean, his muscles relaxed, his sphincters loosened, and fecal matter has escaped. So this was his death shit. Shrek died and had a death shit.
If you do get to beat that puppet prick Pinocchio, you move into the dungeon to fight, the Riddler? Oh, no, it's just the gingerbread man on candy cane stilts. Well, now he's just there looking pissed off. I'd be pissed off too if I was vaporized by a clearly constipated Shrek over here. Next is the swamp, where we have a mirror match like in Mortal Kombat.
It's Shrek on Shrek carnage! I gotta fight myself, and honestly, one of the greatest enemies to overcome in your life is yourself. So this game is rather, poetic.
You know, the mirror matches do show me how great Shrek can be to play as, if you can actually pull off his special moves. He farts fire and projectile vomits across the entire screen. Shame these controls are such ass. I'd love to pull off a ha pukin'. After killing yourself, it's off to the wrestling ring? Really? Finally? It's now a wrestling game? Nope. You just fight the executioner inside of a wrestling ring looking stage. Bogus. In the movie, the wrestling ring scene wasn't a real ring. It was a horse stable. So did the coders not watch the movie? Anyway, the executioner dies and does a flip. Lastly, you head to the mirror room to easily beat Lord Fuckwad, or whatever his name is, and that's it. That's the entire game.
No story, no ending, no nothing. Just a screen that says champion. And then you're sent back to replay the game as other awful characters you've unlocked.
I tried some of them too, but it didn't make much of a difference. After you beat the game once, there's no reason to go back. Zero replay value.
You know what? Fuck this game, and fuck the Game Boy movie, and fuck the GameCube player thingy, whatever, and fuck Shark Tale while you're at it, fuck the very plastic this game was made on, and fuck the movie Shrek, it's overrated. I don't know why the Library of Congress has to have that one. What the fuck?
Playtime is over.
Oh dear. Oh! Wait, I love Shrek. Yeah. You got a friend in me? Yeah, you got a friend. Oh, that was Toy Story. Fuck.
Shrek is life. Shrek is life.
Well, that was some dumb luck. Come on. I'm almost away from these Shrek freaks. Who the fuck builds their personality on Shrek?
Broger Shrek.
Fuck! I mean, Shrek is love. Shrek is life.
Indeed. Is our special guest ready for the ritual?
Yeah, he sure is, my booger. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some creepy Shrek erotica to write.
That's the spirit, but not right now. The ceremony's about to begin. What's the matter with you? Call that dancing?
Oh, fuck! 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 Oh! Fuck! Oh, fuck! Quit it! Fuck! Fuck off! Fuck off! Oh! Fuck this! Fuck Shrek! Fuck Smash Mouth! And fuck you, assholes!
Excellent ruse, nerd. But the game is ogre.
Quit it with the Shrek puns already. And game over? What game?
The game of the played leading the player. You see, we sent you that Game Boy movie.
What?
Yeah.
No, I got that from the library.
Of Congress? All according to plan. Shrek's disciples have reached the highest level of government. How else would we have gotten Shrek into the Library of fucking Congress?
So, you were testing me?
Don't you see? We are testing everyone. Testing your loyalty to our Ogre Lord. A test. You have failed. This is the part where you get sacrificed.
What? You're gonna kill me because I don't like Shrek? It's a shitty 20-year-old movie! You people are crazy! I don't believe any of this!
Well, allow me to make you a believer, nerd.
What? What are you thinking? Oh, in the name of God! What are you thinking? I'm depressed, haven't gone anywhere, been stuck in my basement for so long, haven't had any natural light in a long time. But that's gonna change. I'm gonna have some natural light. Yeah, that's what I need. You didn't think I meant sunlight, did you? No, I don't need that shit. In fact, let's turn out all the lights in here. Here we go. Let's turn that off, and this one right here. Yeah, there we go. That's the way I like it. I like it dark, man. Darkman. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. No more lame jokes.
He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
Darkman's one of those games based on a movie that tried to be Batman. Came out the year after. You know, you heard of Batman? Well, this is Darkman. Even had Danny Elfman as the composer. They just switched out Tim Burton for Sam Raimi, and then switched out Batman for a scientist who creates lifelike masks out of synthetic faces, gets his own face burned by mobsters, and then starts wearing the masks as disguises to impersonate and hunt down the bad guys, meanwhile going mentally unstable. Okay, it's nothing like Batman. Darkman is like a combination of all the classic horror villains. With his disfigured face, dark hat, and trench coat, he looks just like Vincent Price's character in House of Wax. When he wears bandages, he looks like the Invisible Man, and he also has aspects of Phantom of the Opera, and when he's in his lair surrounded by lab equipment, he could be any mad scientist of the 30s. So basically, it's like if you combined a classic monster with a superhero, but in the style of Evil Dead 2. It's the transition between Raimi going from horror to Spider-Man. This is the missing link. Add in some bizarre humor, amazing practical effects, and Liam Neeson screaming at a carnival employee over a pink elephant.
Now, the pink elephant, if you please.
No way.
Take it. No. Take it. Take the fucking elephant.
Okay, this is one weird movie, but it's awesome.
The movie came out in 1990, but the game came out in 91, which was 30 years ago. Wow, do I feel old? Well, check this out.
My Simon's Quest review is now as old as the actual game was when I originally reviewed it. So, 17 years on one side and 17 years on the other. Look, some dorks online even did the math. There's other dates listed too, because Simon's Quest had a Japanese and US release, and the original Nerd episodes were on VHS tape, not YouTube, but all this is way too nerdy, even for me. Regardless, I'm old as shit, and so is this shitty game.
So how does Darkman stack up on the NES? Well, let's pop this fucker in and find out.
Well, the first thing I want to say about this game is actually a positive. It's got a kickin' soundtrack. It thumps that bass so hard. It sounds awesome. Also, Darkman looks great on the main screen, and the selection pointer is his burned and bandaged hand. Nice touch. And it's one of the few movie-based games on the NES to do a good job following the story.
So far, this game's not too bad, and now we're fucked. Fuck? Fuck? Fuck. Fuck! Fuck! Oh, fuck! Fuck! Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me!
What am I doing wrong? The controls feel like hell inside an ass! Seriously, I don't feel like any death I get is justified. If I were playing like shit, that'd be fine, but when the game just refuses to do what the controller tells it to, that's goddamn dingo dingleberries. That's shit caked in the ass fur of an Australian predator dog. It's beyond frustrating because you never know how to approach a new situation. The game changes the rules on the fly and gives you barely a second to react, so you almost always end up killing yourself in some stupid fucking way. I mean, should I run and jump, or should I jump from a standstill? And how do I keep falling through the platforms? Punching and kicking enemies is a crapshoot. I try to run up behind them and beat them down, but my punches don't always land. It looks like I'm constantly giving the enemies a thumbs up. Hey, good job, dude! Sometimes I win, sometimes I don't, with no clear rhyme or reason. So I watched the demo, and it's like the demo from The Wizard of Oz on Super Nintendo, where not even the game can beat one of its own levels. Pathetic. There does seem to be a lot of variety in the gameplay, at least. It has platforming, weird swinging levels, elevator mazes, and you get to play as different characters with different abilities. But sadly, a variety of shit is still just a bunch of different turds hanging out together.
Kind of like taking a dump the morning after you just binged at a truck stop buffet. Yeah, there was variety, but you spent most of the day on a toilet and it left your ass itchy and raw.
You know, I'm getting shitty game flashbacks. I feel like I've played this game before, but I haven't. Oh, I know, RoboCop 2 on the NES. It reminds me of that. Wonder what it could be. Maybe it's the similar sprite designs, or the almost identical level design between the games. Or maybe it's the sickening color palette that looks like a festering mass of boogers and barf. Or maybe the real reason is because the same 5 fuckers developed both games.
Yeah, no joke. The same 5 people made RoboCop 2 and Darkman on NES. I don't know if I should find that impressive or just...
I'm learning to live with a lot of things. Like shitty games.
What the hell is this shit? What is happening right now?
I heard you were playing Darkman for the NES, developed by the same people as RoboCop 2, so I am the Robo Darkman nerd. Get it?
No, this is just a regular review. There's no skits or anything, so get back in that fucking corner and fuck the fuck off! You fuck!
Well, that was unnecessary, yet oddly relevant because Darkman basically ripped off RoboCop for most of the movie. I said it was based on Batman, but I'm wrong. Darkman is more like RoboCop than anything else. No wonder the same game designers worked both shitty games. When you get a game over, Darkman cries like a baby and then types out the high scores with his one weird finger. Darkman really needs to get a copy of Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing. The levels are pretty short, but the finicky controls and terrible physics help pad them out with cheap deaths. You can balance on tight ropes, which is actually kind of a neat mechanic. You have to tap A and B to keep your balance, but watch out for the big red bubbles because they'll kill you in one hit.
Yeah, just like in the movie, Darkman's one weakness was red sewer bubbles. Nah, that wasn't a thing.
You reach the end, do a cool cape swoop, and then it's on to the next one. Level 2 is this maze of elevators. The first time you play this, I guarantee you will die. Wow, this is exactly what I wanted to play. Isn't this fucking fun? I mean, who fucking wants this? This is a beginner's trap. The only way to get through it is to do it over and over again till you learn exactly which direction you need to push. If you did this on your first try, it's blind luck. I mean, this shouldn't be part of the game. They might as well just throw in a shitty slide puzzle. Basically, the elevator moves and you have to guide it down the right path. And yeah, I know there's big arrows telling you where to go, but it happens too fast. Sadly, this is just a warm-up, because the real elevators come later in the game and get way, way faster. Between levels, you have these Hogan's Alley-style shooter stages, where you need to take a picture of a certain henchman to make a mask of them. The first mask you have to get is Paulie. All these people are shooting at you, which can be pretty intimidating, but all you have to do is not point your camera at them, and they can't hit you.
Just like in real life. I don't know if you knew this, but if you ever happen to be in a situation where an entire town of people are trying to shoot at you, just whip out a camera and point it away from them, and they'll all miss you. And this time I'm kidding!
So after you take the photos, you play the next level as Paulie, who looks like Uncle Fester in a pink sweater swinging around a fucking caveman club. And this is one of the parts in the game that's just shits for the birds. First off, you're fighting your way through Central Park. Never mind the fact that it's riddled with bottomless pits, soldiers, buzzsaws, and murderous pink fish that kill you in one hit. My real question is, why the fuck are we in Central Park? Darkman takes place in Los Angeles and was filmed on location there, plus Canada. Did Darkman get on a fucking plane and fly across the country just for this? This is like the background in Violence fight. Why are there so many video games that confuse New York for LA? Whatever. This level's more of the same platforming. Paulie's slow and his club fucking sucks. I get my ass kicked by these Central Park soldiers all the time. The next part is an infuriating climb to the top of the level. I'm constantly whiffing jumps or just getting my shit kicked in. Eventually, you square off with Paulie. He just walks toward you while you beat the ever-loving shit out of him with a club. That's it. It's possibly one of the most pitiful boss fights I've ever seen in a game. Also in the movie, Darkman didn't bludgeon Paulie to death in Central Park. Paulie was thrown out the window of his apartment. The game takes certain liberties once in a while, like putting the climactic helicopter chase scene in the middle of the game.
It's the best action scene in the movie. Darkman's hanging from the helicopter, the grenade launcher's shooting at him, everything's exploding. But in the game, however,
Darkman swings through traffic, avoiding trucks and buses. Also, there must be a motorcycle rally going on because you pass a bunch of bikers. You can collect coins and stuff, but I find it easier to just stay up at the top. Nothing really hits you there except for these stupid fucking pigeons. I'm pretty sure that if a bird hit Darkman while swinging through the streets at high speeds from a helicopter, it'd get obliterated, but it flies through you like nothing.
I should also mention, after the first photo shoot level, you never play as regular Darkman again.
Instead, you just play as different henchmen now. First you're Paulie, now you're Skip. He's the one with the prosthetic leg machine gun. Yeah, seriously, if you haven't seen the movie, watch it. Skip hops around constantly and has his leg gun. Wow, it's great to have this leg gun, because now you have a long-range attack. Oh, but every time you fire it, you get sent back, and usually over a fucking cliff. His levels all take place at a carnival filled with evil clowns throwing bowling balls and pies. Also, whatever you do, don't touch the fucking clowns.
Let me ask you something. Have you ever touched a clown in real life? I mean, seriously, have you ever touched a clown in real life? Of course you haven't, because you'd be dead. Once at a birthday party, a friend of mine, he ran up to the clown after the magic act, went to hug him. He died right on the spot.
Another thing in this level that makes me want to give myself a Tabasco enema are these platforms that reverse your controls. The first time I landed on it, I hopped right off the cliff and died without knowing what the hell happened. Also, this is the level where I realized you have limited continues, because the game booted my ass back to the start and wouldn't let me select continue anymore. So I had to run through the warehouse again, take the pictures, bludgeon Paulie in Central Park, and swing from the helicopter. All over again. Just to die in the same exact motherfucking way on my last life again.
Yeah, each time I restart, I die on the very next obstacle. So it's always one step forward and like 10 steps back into a pile of dog shit.
Thankfully, if you enter Dermy into the hidden password screen, it lets you select your level. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be dermis, you know, like skin, but here it's Dermy. Yeah, I don't know. Eventually, I got used to each level and got through the funhouse and killed Skip.
Which is kind of weird because Skip is the only bad guy to have his death scene cut from the final movie.
If it was anything like in the game, I can see why it was cut. It's on to the next henchman, Smiley. Smiley is probably the best because he actually has a decent jump. You run around fighting ninjas, and then you kick the shit out of the real Smiley, and then you're on to another helicopter level.
So now we're finally at the end, and this is where Darkman wears the face of Durant, who's the main villain.
Oh wait, Durant isn't the main bad guy? It's this corporate asshole named Shrek? It's like RoboCop, where the main henchman is more well known than the actual final bad guy. In fact, Durant dies in a helicopter crash in the movie, but somehow returns for the sequel, Darkman 2, The Return of Durant. That would be like RoboCop 2, The Return of Clarence Boddicker. Doesn't make any sense. Construction workers throw hammers, but luckily you have a gun that shoots. Well, yeah, it shoots these. Oh, and there's also 2 elevator mazes. 2! And they're definitely the worst ones so far. They have branching paths that move so fast that I can't even begin to get a rhythm down. I replayed each one about 10 times before I was able to figure out the right way. It made me want to finger fuck a garbage disposal. By the time I hit the final level, I shared Liam Neeson's deep-seated hatred for Durant and needed to end his life to move on with mine. Durant then served me my ass on a platter again and a fucking again. Getting to Durant sucks as it is, but when you fight him, one wrong move and Durant gently nudges you to your death. Fuck you, Durant! You're gonna die! You took my face! You took my life!
Yeah!
Fuck yeah! Durant's dead.
The movie ends with a cameo of Bruce Campbell. Totally unexpected, kind of an in-joke, but man, it leaves off on a great note. They could have had that in the game, just an 8-bit face of Bruce smirking at you, but no, instead you get a shitty text screen. Well played. Well played? If you say so. I died only a million times. If you say falling through platforms, dying on elevator mazes, dropping to my doom like I have lead weights up my ass, and having button-mashing thumbs-up battles was all smooth and well played, then yeah, sure. He must forever walk in the shadow of the Darkman. As if his shadow is any darker because he's Darkman. Or maybe it's a reference to The Shadow, the detective character from the 30s, which Sam Raimi supposedly wanted to make a film of, but couldn't get the rights. So maybe it would be more accurate to say Darkman walks in the shadow of the shadow. Or it literally means to walk in his own shadow. You ever tried to walk in your own shadow? It's not easy. Fucker keeps moving all the time. And to do it forever, chasing the sun around the earth, avoiding clouds, and never sleeping or eating, I'd rather try that than play any more of this fucking piece of shit. Fuck this game, watch it go! Yeah. The pink elephant, please.
I'm sorry, buddy. It don't count unless you're behind the line.
But I was behind the line.
Not hardly.
I was sitting right here on the couch. Now, the pink elephant, if you please.
No way.
I want the pink elephant for the fans watching.
Why don't you just, get lost, pal?
Elephant! Quickly!
Didn't you hear me, weirdo? Scram.
Take the elephant. Take the fucking elephant! Take the fucking elephant! Forgive me!
These are a few of my favorite things.
We were somewhere on the edge of the desert when the shitty games began to take hold.
Wow, this game, man. As your attorney, I'm advising you play Shaq Fu on the Game Boy.
No more of that talk or I'll put the fucking leeches on, you understand? These games are making me lightheaded. Suddenly, there's a terrible roar all around us. And all I can see were bats from Castlevania, bats from Zelda, Ninja Gaiden, Alf, Home Alone, bats in every savage game conceivable by rat bastard psychotics. Bats that camouflage, go up and down, sideways, all swooping and screeching around the car, and a voice was screaming, "Holy sweet Jesus, were there goddamn bats in Top Gun?"
Did you say something, man?
We had 20 LJN games, 10 or more by Color Dreams. We had 2 sealed copies of Jekyll and Hyde, one of them officially graded. We had over 35 copies of E.T., a Virtual Boy, a Wonder Wizard, a JVC XI, a Dendy Jr., an FM Towns Marty, an Aquarius Mini Expander, and an Amaprod TVG-10. We had all the hellishly intense games with the most grim graphics, the most chicken shit controls, and sounds capable of shaking you right down to the core of your spleen. We had every broken side-scroller, every cryptic where the fuck do you go type of game, and a whole galaxy of multi-fucked bafflers, glitchers, screamers, laughers, and a roll of toilet paper. Also, Pat Contry's Guide to the SNES Library. The only thing that really worried me was the R-Zone games. There is nothing in the world more helpless, irresponsible, and depraved than a man in the depths of an R-Zone binge. And I knew we'd get into that rotten shit pretty soon. Not that we needed all that, but once you get stuck playing these foul, wretched abominations, the tendency is to push it as far as you can.
Move over, you fucking bastard! Your turn to drive.
Fine. You drive too slow, man. We gotta make it to Vegas.
Time for the journal. It all started 24 hours ago. I was in my nerd lair, playing casino video games. Vegas Dream on NES and Vegas Stakes on SNES. Now, am I missing something here? What's the big idea with playing card games and table games on a video game cartridge when you could play them in real life instead, as long as you're legal age to go to a casino? Now, of course, if you were playing them in a casino, you'd be betting real money and chances are losing it. But are these games worth the money you'd be losing? Let's check it out.
Vegas Dreams begins with a plane ride? Couldn't the game just start in the casino? Do we need to see how the character got there? Does his face have to be shrouded in total darkness like a creepy slasher villain? Did the walls have to be bright neon stripes?
Could you imagine sitting on a plane, staring at that? Maybe Vegas Dream is a dream. Or maybe a drug-fueled nightmare.
So, you have a choice of blackjack, roulette, slots, and keno. If you're already familiar with how those games are played, there's really not much else to say. The blackjack game is blackjack, and it functions fine on the NES except the camera moves back and forth. It's nauseating. How hard would it have been to fit both your hand and the dealer's hand on the same screen? There's plenty of extra space. The slot machines are, well, slot machines. You just drop money in, pull the lever, and see what happens. Roulette I find to be the most fun because, as roulette goes, you have a lot more options on where to bet. In general, it does replicate some of that addictive feeling that comes with gambling. It's hard to stop when you have that hunch that the next bet could be the one that wins big.
When you win, this game's kinda cool, but when you lose, it sucks.
In an attempt to make the game a little more interesting, other characters will approach you and you're given a choice how to respond. For example, somebody spills a drink on your jacket and offers to take it to the cleaners. If you say yes, she steals your wallet, which is explained on the news.
Okay, first of all, how much of an idiot would I have to be to leave my wallet inside my jacket that I give to a stranger? And second, how slow of a day in the news could it possibly be for that to be on the fucking news?
Well, let's see what 8 More Bits has to offer. Vegas Stakes on Super Nintendo is in the same vein. It begins with a group of people in a car. I don't really get the point, and all you hear is this strange, ominous car engine. It's rather unsettling. When you arrive in Vegas, you have a choice of which character to bring with you to the casinos. I'm sure there's some reason, but I haven't seen these characters interact very much. Especially Zach Morris from Saved by the Bell. Considering he's a teenager and all, he should probably stay in the hotel room. Anyway, let's talk about the casino games you can play. You can select blackjack, slots, roulette, craps, poker, or even exit the casino and go to a different one where you can play pretty much the same games, but with different dollar amounts. The graphics are much nicer than the NES version. In roulette, you actually see the wheel spin. In slots, the watermelon actually looks like a watermelon and not a severed crocodile dick. Just like in the NES version, you meet characters who might take your money. Wait a minute, is that Lance Hendrickson? Lance Hendrickson is telling me to bet on red?
Should I trust him? It is Lance Hendrickson. Wow, Lance Hendrickson's an asshole.
Somebody comes up to you and asks if they can hang around you. The options are, sure, why not? Or, beat it, you loser.
Damn. There's no option to dismiss the person politely? Might as well have fuck off, asshole, and witness your loved ones die in hell as their bloody remains get shoved up your ass by Satan as he tears your spine out through your dick while he... Okay, that's enough.
I said sure, and then a while later, it says, you felt a bump when the loser walked past you. The loser. Because that's all they are, is a fucking loser. Even the narration is rude. And then, of course, you get robbed.
Everybody pickpockets here, left and right. I mean, don't casinos have security cameras everywhere? Well, because of this lame-ass security, I quit! No, I don't.
When you lose in poker, the winner says, one day I'll write a book on how to become a millionaire. I'll put you in the chapter called Sweet Losers.
Wow! What a fucking asshole!
And what's up with Johnny? One minute he looks like a normal guy, and then all of a sudden his face twists into the damn Joker.
Well, that's some freaky shit.
Of course, there exist a ton more casino-themed video games. There's all those weird, unlicensed NES games from Panagen, like Hot Slots and Peekaboo Poker, which are nothing more than your regular casino games with occasional nudity thrown in. There's also Casino on Atari. Yeah.
Yeah, that's some Stone Age shit right here.
One of the better ones is Caesar's Palace, where you can actually walk around the casino. Yeah, kind of like an overly elaborate menu screen. What do you want to play next? Well, let's just walk on over. In the NES version, you could even go to the bathroom.
A video game character that needs to go to the bathroom. Wow, I mean, it makes sense. Mario's got to be holding in some titanic turds by the time he gets through, but here finally comes a game that addresses this human bodily function. Otherwise, what am I going to explain about all these games? I mean, what am I going to go into all the rules of blackjack and just get all into it? I'll just sound like an instruction manual. So I really don't know how to review these games any further. So I'm sorry, I'm just at a loss here.
As your attorney, here's what I think you need to do. In order to review these games properly, you're going to have to get into the right mindset. First, you're going to have to dress the part. Sunglasses, hat, Hawaiian shirt, just like Raoul Duke in Hunter S. Thompson's book, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
The book cover, based on the movie starring Johnny Depp. Based on the book.
We're going to arm ourselves to the teeth. Get a convertible, a tape recorder, and all the shitty games to harness that old school nerd anger.
You're right. Covering these games in any traditional sense will be absurd. We gotta do it pure nerd journalism.
Damn right. We gotta go to a place where we can see the real casino games, where we can smell the cigarettes and whiskey. We gotta go to Las Vegas.
Ass!
The Shaq Fu game is ass, man!
Chill out, man. Play this.
What's this?
Retro Duo Portable. Plays Nintendo and Super Nintendo games on the go.
We can't play this. This is Donkey Kong Country.
Right. Bad games. Here. Take one dose of this.
Roadrunner's Death Valley Rally. I love the Roadrunner cartoons. It looks beautiful, man. Colorful graphics, fast speed action, faithful to the cartoons, even has the coyote falling animation. How long do I have before I start flipping out?
It'll be a miracle if you make it much longer.
At first, the game seemed great. You just let that coyote bastard chase you. He will follow. Seems simple, but then the benevolent bullshit reared its ugly head to say, pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name.
What is this shitload of muck?
In only a few minutes, the game changes from a fun, fast-paced speedrunner to a slippery platformer and where the fuck do you go game. Your speed is either fully running or standing still, two-gear diarrhea. You must repeatedly tap the D-pad to maintain a medium, non-hazardous speed.
I just want to run. I'm the fucking Roadrunner, goddammit! Why are there all these platforms in the desert anyway? These controls are shattered, man. You must move as slowly as possible. Oh, fuck, man. I need the momentum to get up the hill. Sweet Jesus! Go back! Get up there! Hop up! Like a bunny! I'm stuck in a valley. Come on, come on. What the fuck? This drags the anal sauce to the back of the brain.
Let's give that boy a lift.
Hey, thanks for the ride.
You sure about this? I am playing Roadrunners Death Valley Rally. Is that up your alley?
I'm just admiring the shape of your skull.
Okay.
Well, get in.
How long could we maintain, I wondered, before one of us starts raving at this poor guy about lousy game mechanics, bats, and Medusa heads coming down the car? No point. The poor bastard will see him soon enough.
You want to play a Tiger Electronic handheld game?
No.
How about a Gamecom?
Huh?
Never mind. Now listen, this is an extremely dangerous assignment. You know the Roadrunner, right?
Sure.
He runs fast. That's his thing. But not in this game.
Instead, you have to bounce on trampolines to make it to the ledge. And one bounce is never enough. How can you make a game based on a character who runs when all you do is bounce on trampolines and hop on platforms?
Imagine if Sonic never had the chance to run. These dingbat game designers are abusing a beloved character and humping the American dream. Do you understand me?
He said he understood, but I could tell he didn't.
Is he okay to drive?
Never mind him. Now pay attention.
If you touch a bush, it hurts you, but you can run through a cactus unharmed. Explain that to me! God almighty! No!
It's only the beginning of the game. Why is it so goddamn difficult?
Where do I go? I guess down there. It takes a leap of faith, man. Fuck! Those heartless swines give you only 3 lives? No continues? Those gutless bastards!
Fuck this savage piece of engineering!
Oh God!
Hey man, you scared off Spider-Man!
Holy shit! That was Spider-Man?
Whoa. They fixed this place up pretty good after that monster attacked. You actually saw that thing. Why don't you talk about it more?
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
The effects of the games were kicking in, making us behave like the guy in Dark Castle. Total loss of basic motor skills, blurred vision. You watch yourself behave in this manner, but can't control it, like the LJN Rollin' Rocker. Menacing vibrations were all around us. We were heading into trouble, pushing our luck. And I knew we were gonna ride this torpedo turd to a place where the buffalo shit runs.
We forgot! We gotta play casino games!
Oh, right. Let's try Caesar's Palace.
The 16-bit graphics take it a step further than its 8-bit predecessor. I feel more now like I'm actually walking in a casino. This must be what it's like in Caesar's Palace. It's the closest you can get.
Or you could just go to Caesar's Palace.
As we observed the various casinos, horrible realities began to dawn on us. Casinos are like video games. They're designed like labyrinths, such as Mylon's Secret Castle, with no clear exit. Those gutless bastards want you to stay, to keep spending your money. They lure you in with bright lights, pretty graphics, like Roadrunner. It looks nice. You get entranced, and once you're in, you're stuck, with no clocks or windows to the outside world. You're teased with near wins and games designed to give you the illusion of control. Casino patrons are the same as video game nerds. You either waste your money on the slots and tables, or a shitty video game. In the retro age, we had no internet to tell us if a game was bad. It was all a gamble, with higher odds to the house. Take for instance those heartless swines at LJN, the big, proud, golden nugget of shit. You place your bets on Jaws, Friday the 13th, and Back to the Future, but chances were you'd roll craps. Was it possible that we've gone to such excess that I couldn't look at any game without seeing an introspective nightmare?
Oh, yummy, baity whatever. I'm mad right now. Handle the responsibility of caring for me.
I was surrounded by seamen, and somebody was giving booze to these goddamn things. We were stuck in a vortex, playing whacked-out games, and there was no telling how deep into degeneracy filth we would go.
I don't get it. What is Pac-Kong? Is it Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, King Kong, or Transformers?
You gotta be crazy on acid to think that thing looks like a Transformer.
Well, it's none of the above. Just a generic ladder platformer. This isn't what I need, man.
Right. As your attorney, I'm advising you to try LSD. For the PlayStation. It was only ever released in Japan because nobody else could handle it. This game, I warn you, is like one of God's high-powered prototypes. A mutant of some kind, never even considered for mass production. So only play a little bit of it, okay?
At first, it seemed like nothing. You just walk around aimlessly in 3D environments. But then, it kicked in. It was a fantastic spectacle. It was the type of game that short-circuits your brain and grounds it for the longest time possible. Have we deteriorated to the level of dumb beasts? Old elephants limp off to the hills to die. Gamers go to Jekyll and Hyde. But to play something like this defies all reason.
You play too much, man. You play too much.
Don't you come fucking near me!
It's a game that only attracts a very specific breed. There's no goal except to walk around and explore for hours. Then occasionally, a full motion video plays. A kid eating? It's a game too weird to exist, but too rare to die. And certainly impossible to review, because there's absolutely nothing to explain. The game crept up my spine like the first rising vibe of an acid frenzy. My medulla closed itself off from the signals it was getting from the frontal lobes, as the middle brain was desperately trying to put a different interpretation of the scene before me.
Let me try. Oh shit!
It was a hellbroth of bizarre visuals sprayed with every grim detail besides two Smurfs fucking a polar bear. It was unfit for mortal eyes. I was now on a survival trip, heading straight into catatonic despair and manic overload.
It's the narcs. They'll run us down like dogs.
What, you think they're gonna lock us up for playing LSD?
Lock us up? No, they'll kill us, man. Just like a narc. Drug dealers and junkies get no fair trial. The cops just murder you on the spot.
Who smokes the blunts? We smoke the blunts. Rolling blunts and smoking.
Make my day.
It's all a trick. You're a fucking narcotics agent, I knew it!
Get a grip, man.
Fuck you, you fucking pig fucker!
Get a grip.
When I came to, there was evidence in this room of excessive consumption of almost every type of foul, rotten video game known to civilized humans since 1972 AD. These were not the hoofprints of your normal video game addict. This was that of a world-class shit-seeker. What have we degraded to? What was the meaning of this trip? Had I come to Vegas to work on a review, or to reflect on a doom-struck era when an eager gaming culture thought anything with robots, ninjas, and dinosaurs guaranteed happiness at $50 a hit? That retro age was a special time to be a part of. No words can touch that sense of knowing that you were there and alive. When any game based on Batman, The Simpsons, or Ninja Turtles had to be awesome. There was a fantastic universal sense that we were riding the crest of a high and beautiful pop culture neon wave. And now you can stand at the top of a steep hill of the modern decade and look to the past. And with the right kind of eyes, you can see that place where the wave broke and rolled back, leaving behind a failed generation of shit-seekers. But I now look to the light at the end of the tunnel. There is only one road back to the past. Interstate shitty. Just a flat-out high-speed burn over dead skunks and road turds. Then onto the disenchanted freeway, straight into frantic oblivion. Safety. Obscurity. Just another nerd in the nerd kingdom.
He's the angry video game nerd.
You know, I'm sick of all these baby toys I have lying around. The Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, might as well be a rattle and a diaper full of crap. They can't compare to the real gaming juggernaut, the 3DO. Yeah, look at that. This is the real console. More like a real piece of dog shit.
The fact they had the audacity to make a commercial calling all other systems baby toys and then put out a glorified FMV player with barely any decent games blows my mind. Also, something I want to mention, the 3DO is one of the rare consoles where you have to daisy chain the controllers together.
I've talked a little about this system before, and I never knew a single person who owned it when it came out. Now, why is that?
Maybe because when it launched, this fucking bastard cost $700 goddamn dollars. Yeah, that's right, and we're talking $700 back in '93. To compare that to prices nowadays, with inflation, $700 in '93 equates to about $1,200 in 2021 money. The PlayStation 5 costs $600 right now.
Imagine that pitch to your parents. Hey Dad, I need $700 for a new 3DO console. Be cheaper for them to slap you upside the head with a Neo Geo cartridge. Your parents would probably flip you off and tell you to go fuck yourself.
The 3DO would eventually be price dropped to shit and discontinued after 3 years on the market. It was mostly marketed as a multimedia machine. It had a bunch of non-game kind of shit like educational shovelware and, of course, a whole assload of soft stool porn games. Like a lot of porn.
Can you imagine? I mean, you don't want to imagine. A guy in his living room with a 3DO controller in one hand and his, in the other hand, just furiously beating it to Plumbers Don't Wear Ties?
Today, I'll just be focusing on the shallow end of the cesspool with some piss-poor games. When the system launched, there was only one game available, Crash and Burn. That's such a kick in the fucking balls, especially for the price. Imagine dropping $700 on an NES and the only game at launch was Super Pitfall. It starts with about 15 minutes of full motion video and production logos. You'll see as I go on that this becomes the fucking theme of the 3DO. 20 minutes of FMV and about 5 minutes of gameplay, because I end up shutting most of these games off from boredom. Crash and Burn is a futuristic fecal fart-fest combat racing game made by Crystal Dynamics, the company best known for the Legacy of Kain series, and later, the Tomb Raider series. The game has 6 characters you can choose from, and each one cuts to a promo when you select them.
I like to destroy racers in many different ways, just to keep from being bored.
I like this guy because he looks like Blanca from Street Fighter became a professor or something. You can also play as Rod Stewart if you want. So you might be thinking to yourself, this doesn't look all that bad. But think about this. If you wanted to play this back in '93, you'd have to drop about $750. And that's not mentioning the fact that a complete copy can run you around $700 today! The combat's pretty lame. The weapons feel like they do absolutely nothing, and the racing is mediocre at best. I guess the graphics looked impressive back in '93, but give me F-Zero any day of the week because Crash and Burn is just plain zero. If combat racing is your thing, Road Rash, on the other hand, is excellent. Everything about this game is great, from the gameplay to the rockin'-ass soundtrack. My only real complaint is the engine sound. It's awful. Luckily you can turn it off, but if you don't, all you hear is a high-pitched the entire race. You can choose to either race or play the big game mode. This lets you earn money by racing and buy better bikes. The character designs are hideous. It looks like a fish-eyed acid trip. Real 90s style shit. I usually pick Slim Jim because he starts off with a club. Hearing that clunk sound every time I cave in a rider's skull is so satisfying. In between races, you get these FMV cutscenes. They're pretty cool. Overall, this is probably the best game on the 3DO. Definitely in the top 5. But like a lot of the other games on here, it's available on the PlayStation or Saturn, and nowadays, the 3DO copy can cost you upwards of $80 for a complete one. So just get it on PlayStation for $20. Another game you could also get on the PlayStation is Gex, Crystal Dynamics' entry into the 3DO mascot contest. The game uses pre-rendered 3D graphics for character sprites. It reminds me of Donkey Kong Country, another game I'd much rather be playing. On the internet, this game gets talked about a lot, but the funny thing is, everyone always shows the graveyard level. Probably because the game is so boring, everyone turns it off once they've recorded enough footage. It's an okay platformer, and Gex was able to jump ship when the 3DO died out. The same can't be said for the 3DO's true mascot, however, Captain Quasar. This game also uses the pre-rendered sprite look, but plays like an overhead shooter instead of a platformer. The gameplay is fine, but it's super repetitive. You just run around shooting stuff. The camera snaps and swings around like it's being controlled by a drunk uncle at a family reunion. Kinda makes me sick. Captain Quasar is making me Captain Queasy. Sorry. The best part of this game is the insane musical number at the beginning. The robots are rapping and singing about Crapton Quasar. The animation's pretty decent, but it seems like they put way more effort into this intro than the actual game. Here's a weird one. Soccer Kid. You play as this little shit that runs around kicking a soccer ball at people. I guess the story is that some space pirates steal a soccer trophy or something, then they crash and the pieces fly all over the world and you have to collect them. It's animated like a dollar store bootleg DVD. Use your soccer ball as a weapon, but without it, you're just some dickhead kid without powers or any way to attack or defend yourself. I played this game long enough to realize that I don't really like it and would rather base jump into a flea market porta-john than play anymore. Also, I don't know what this kid did, but everyone in this town wants to fucking kill him. Dogs, skateboarders, and especially these surly looking guys who whip wrenches at his head.
How fucked up is that? This kid's willing to travel the world to save a soccer trophy, but grown adults will cave his skull in with a wrench to stop him. This game is fucked up.
Battle Chess is a game I remember thinking was an awesome idea. That is until I actually played it. It's possibly the slowest game of chess I've ever witnessed. Yeah. Each time a piece moves, you have to watch it walk to the spot, and these characters walk slower than compacted shit out of Sloth's shit chute. I was playing this shit for almost 10 minutes before anything actually happened. Eventually, I just started sacrificing pieces just to see the kill animations, which I'll admit are fucking stupendous. I love the Monty Python reference with the knight.
Come on!
But that's all it is. It's the world's slowest chess simulator. I'd be fine if the pieces didn't need to slowly saunter over to each space. I can't believe they made a video game that's actually slower and more boring than an actual chess game. You'd have a better time watching a dog turd turn white. And yes, real chess is awesome. It's the intellectual shit, man. The Horde is a game that's usually praised as one of the best games on the system. It's fine. You play as Kirk Cameron swinging around a giant sword. Yes, you actually play as Kirk Cameron. There's an intro cutscene that, of course, goes on for like 10 minutes. Kirk saves a king from choking to death, and in return is given his own plot of land and a big-ass sword. You spend your time building traps, planting trees, and raising cattle so you can pay your taxes. In between building phases, your town gets attacked by trolls, so Kirk runs around swinging his sword like a maniac and slashing the trolls into puddles of liquid. It's a decent game, but I can't imagine playing this for long periods of time. There's nothing super wrong with the game, it just gets old pretty quick. Another decent game for the 3DO is Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Well, it would be decent. In fact, it could have been the best home console incarnation of the Street Fighter 2 lineage that existed back in the day. But there's one problem. One huge problem. The 3DO controller has only 3 buttons. That ain't gonna work. Everyone knows you need 6, so I got the Pro Pad, which has the same button configuration as a Super Nintendo controller. And we all know Street Fighter worked great on the Super Nintendo. 4 buttons on the front, 2 on the top, there's your 6, you're all set. But this controller, you wouldn't believe. The bottom button, X, is actually the start button, and it can't even be changed in the option menu. You can reassign all the other buttons except start. So when you're trying to fight, you're gonna keep accidentally pausing the game. That fucking sucks. And this thing was made by STD. You'd be better off getting a real STD than getting this shit. So what you really need to get is the weird-ass Capcom fight pads that you had to send away for. They're one of the dumbest shaped controllers I've ever seen, though surprisingly comfortable. Also, the music in the game is awesome. It's an arranged version of the original and sounds great. So this one is good as long as you get the right controller. But you want to see some shit, right? Well, check out Way of the Warrior. This game was developed by Naughty Dog before they made hits like Crash Bandicoot. Imagine Mortal Kombat if nobody gave 2 flying shits about it. The ninja character in the game is just named Ninja. A ninja named Ninja. You can't get any lazier than that shit. Also, what in the fuck hell is a Shaky Jake? Each character plays like cheap chump fucks. They jump like 40 feet in the air, and you can get caught in infinite downward attacks until you're fucking dead in 10 seconds. The special attacks are more like shit spectacles. And don't even get me started on the fatalities because they are just confusing as all hell.
I see your heartbeats for me!
An honorable mention is the soundtrack that just plays an endless string of White Zombie songs. I'm pretty sure that's where the entire budget went, because the game is programmed like someone wrote the code with their ball sacks. Anyway, the game sucks. Next. Virtuoso. This is a rare kind of game that makes you question the very meaning of shit. I don't even know where to begin. First off, I can't get over the music. Just listen to it. Sounds like they hired the band that got last place in the Battle of the Bands at the East Bumblefuck Community Center. All the music's by a band called Tie-Dyed, spelled T-H-A-I. I tried to look them up on Google, but all I got was articles on people in Thailand who died. Well, that's pretty depressing. I'm guessing that band name didn't go very far. You play as a leathery, long-haired dirtbag with dual shotguns and shoot the shit out of seagulls, weird faceless dudes, wasps, and Ed 209s. You could either get your ass to Mars, the beach, or Boo Haunted House. The Haunted House level makes no sense either. It's just a snowfield with a bunch of giant snowmen rolling their balls at you. You can move up against the walls, but the controls get fucked. If you come across a copy of Virtuoso somewhere, throw it in the old Trashuoso. Alone in the Dark 1 and 2 are a couple games that are known for their influence for the Resident Evil series. They're basically Resident Evil if every character was played by a diseased Muppet. The tank controls are far worse than Resident Evil, if you can believe it. Everything moves at a snail's pace. The graphics, I'm sure at the time, were decent, but everything looks like a pulsating mass of polygonal and pixelated poo-poo. Anything in the distance looks like a blob of geometry jism, and I can't get anywhere in the game without dying. Being the first of its kind is a tough deal. Basically, this game walked so Resident Evil could run. But right now, these games are giving me the runs. Siberia is a baffling mess. It looks like another Resident Evil type game, but if Resident Evil has tank controls, Siberia has septic tank controls. Basically, you point the character in the direction you want to go, and a video of him walking plays. The best part of this game is the death animations. You also die from the stupidest shit possible. He dies from slipping in a puddle? And also from touching this hot barrel? He's probably the most inept hero I've ever seen in a video game. Eventually, you get to a part where you're defending the base from a bunch of pictures of aircrafts and boats. I don't know if this is the rest of the game, but it goes on forever.
It's like if Top Gun on the NES barfed into the "Where did you learn to fly" woman's mouth.
So, we've covered a bunch of games so far. Horror games, combat racing, platformers, fighters, and whatever the ever-loving fuck Virtuoso is. But now, let's get into the premier genre of the 90s, the first-person shooters. First up is POID. No, actually, it's PO'd. This game is just weird-ass shit. You play as an intergalactic chef who's the last living member of his ship's crew. You fight evil alien asses and other ugly-as-sin monsters with a frying pan. The movement of this game gives me severe motion sickness. I've played a lot of early first-person shooters, but this one just moves like you're ice skating after downing a bottle of Ipecac syrup. I have the urge to violently projectile vomit after a few minutes of this, and not just because it kinda sucks. But here we go, the granddaddy of shit first-person shooters on the 3DO, Doom. And I know, you're wondering, how could you have the audacity to spray steamy, foamy diarrhea on Doom? But hear me out, Doom on the 3DO is not Doom. It's a sad excuse for Doom. Doom on a TI-83 graphic calculator would play better than this. I want it to be known, this game was ported over by one person, tasked with making this game happen and only equipped with 2 shit sticks to rub together in just 10 weeks. What you get is Doom running at about the frame rate of a Viewmaster. Seriously, this game at the lowest setting runs at almost single-digit frame rates and plays like a fucking lawn chair. There's actually a code for larger screen sizes, but it's way worse. It's almost hard to believe this would be allowed to be released at retail, but it was the 90s. Look at all the broken-ass shit that was allowed to pass elsewhere. This was the system that brought you such gems as Plumbers Don't Wear Ties and Shadow War of Succession. On to the next game. You can't mention the 3DO without mentioning Demolition Man. The thing that stuns me about this game is the amount of actual Stallone that is in the game. You don't just get movie clips like you would with most games. You get Sylvester Stallone running around fake backgrounds on a green screen. It's incredible. The game skirts the line between a light gun shooter and a first-person shooter. Imagine Doom if you just stood still while enemies popped up around you. Oh, and don't forget the Mortal Kombat style boss fights. This game is definitely a product of its time. Maybe I'll get into it more another day, because I suck ass at the fighting scenes. Speaking of games with known actors in it, check out Hell, which has Dennis Hopper. It's a cyberpunk FMV game, but all you need to know, it's called Hell and has Dennis fucking Hopper. On to the motherlode of 3DO shit, American Laser Games. So this company put out a bunch of awful, shit-stained light gun games. Their most notable ones were the Mad Dog McCree games, but they also made the Crime Patrol series. The Mad Dog McCree games are spaghetti western type light gun shooters that use interactive full motion videos. They're fun as a novelty, but considering the price of the light gun and the games, plus the actual 3DO, you'd be spending around $900 to play them back in '93. Plus, nowadays, the gun is super rare and can go for almost the price of the 3DO console. Is it worth it? Well, not the fuck really, especially since you need a CRT to play it with. But if all you had was one of these new HD TV things, well, then you're gonna have to use the regular 3DO controller or the mouse. Yeah, the mouse.
You have to be rich as shit to collect 3DO games, or just happen to have a family member that owned a Panasonic store in the 90s. Special thanks to my buddy Rob for letting me borrow all his expensive shit so I can rip it apart with criticism 30 years later.
The first Mad Dog McCree game can only be played with the gun or the controller. With the controller, it's impossible. You have to move the cursor down to the bottom of the screen to reload, and it moves super slow. By the time you reload and move it back up, you're already dead. Mad Dog McCree 2 lets you use the mouse, but it sucks balls. You start off shooting shit with this old dude and then come across a guy that's riddled with arrows. Like, goddamn, that dude should be dead as fuck before you even talk to him. Then it's a miracle if you get past the first group of dudes shooting at you. The hitbox is not only small as fuck, but it's timed. If you don't shoot the extremely small target before it expires, you're dead. It's the same in Crime Patrol. Some of the enemies aren't able to hit right away. Then you have a split second when they're able to be shot to get them. If not, you get made fun of for dying.
You'll never make sergeant. Sorry, partner, you just don't know beans about shooting.
Down here, we just call shooting like that bad.
You're dead. That's not good, is it?
Yeah, you think that's normal for a cop or sheriff to make fun of their dead partner for getting killed? These people are fucked up beyond all recognition. Foobar, if you will. Sometimes it's hard to even see where the enemies are. Like in a dark room, they're just pixels. How am I supposed to hit them? Without the gun, these games are pig shit in the wind. Even with the mouse, they're just weird to play. I can't stop dying over and over. It's sad because the sequel to Crime Patrol, Drug Wars, is hilarious. It opens with this dude doing the world's worst Tony Montana impression.
I am Lopez. I have the mansion, I have the money, I have the drugs, I have the power.
Then you're working with Officer Hillbilly, running you down all the drug operations in this hick fucking town, wherever they film this. But even with the gun, these games seem insanely difficult. Unless you know every single thing that's about to come at you. They're definitely interesting with their mix of live-action video and gameplay. Maybe I'll do an episode on American laser games in the future, maybe, but for now, these games can fuck off.
So I've gone through a pretty big list of games, and while I can't play every 3DO game, there is one I have left that's haunted me since 2007.
Now we got Corpse Killer. Unfortunately, I can't even show you much about this game because it keeps freezing. I actually had a lot to say about this one, but right now, it's not fucking working. Corpse Killer, consider yourself lucky.
That's right.
He's the angry video game nerd.
Well, here we are over a decade later, and I'm actually going to torture myself with this ass pile of a game.
I first mentioned Corpse Killer in the Sega CD episode way back in 2007, so I shelved it and haven't thought about it since then, which is like pissing up a drainage pipe. It comes right back.
It's also like on Thanksgiving when your family's sitting around the couch watching football after dinner, just blowing hot turkey farts into the cushions. Then a week later, you plop down on the couch and that week-old turkey fart cloud envelops you. Well, that's Corpse Killer. And now, after all that time, I'm still not reviewing the Sega CD version. I'm reviewing the 3DO version instead. Why is that? Because they're all the same. You couldn't even take two shits as identical as this shit
It was on PC, Macintosh, and if you really want to get down to business, there's the Sega CD 32X version, meaning you have to own both shitty consoles just to play the same thing. First of all, how does that work? One system uses cartridges and the other uses CDs. It's not like the game is a compact cartridge disc hybrid. I know that would be pretty amazing, but it's just a CD.
And second, what kind of marketing tactic was that? The 32X alone was a failure, so making special games that require both 32X and Sega CD was just forcing a failure on top of a failure. And since they only made 6 games like this, I'm guessing didn't do too well.
There's also an enhanced version on the Saturn, Corpse Killer Graveyard Edition. It's still pretty much the same, but it goes full screen and even has zombies that get all up in your face. What really wrenches my taint, though, is the fact that someone ported this abomination to modern consoles. There's a copy for the PS4 and the Switch in full HD. Corpse Killer in high definition? More like high defecation.
The fact there's still enough demand for a game this shitty, even today, blows my mind. With all the actual good shit out there that deserves a remake or HD edition, we get Corpse Killer on the PS4. What the hell, man?
So, what is Corpse Killer? Or more specifically, what is a Corpse Killer? How could anyone kill corpses?
It would be like toasting toast in a toaster. Once it's toast, that's what it is. It used to be bread, so you never put toast in a toaster. Actually, that's not true. If you're not satisfied with how toasted your toast is, you could put it back in the toaster. Come to think of it, I do that all the time. Because it's not like you can see the toast when it's in the toaster. You can't tell if that toast is as pale as a ghost or overdosed to utmost roast. What game are we talking about now?
Oh yeah, Corpse Killer. I will not say toast for the rest of this goddamn review. Alright game, you're getting reviewed now. It's a baffling mess of shit graphics, piss-poor control, and vomit-inducing sound, all set to a backdrop of a low-budget B-movie. The B-movie part is fine, but when you mix a B-movie with a shitty game, it's like making cake batter out of monkey barf and horse piss. All the live-action scenes were directed by John Lafia, the writer of Child's Play and director of Child's Play 2. No kidding. Sandwiched in between the cutscenes are levels where you play as a nameless Marine and walk slowly to the right on some jittery-ass backgrounds. Scale and perspective have absolutely zero meaning on this island. There's a bunch of airplanes in this level that look smaller than the zombies. And here there's giant fucking skeletons all over the place. Seriously, look how giant these motherfucking skeletons are. Kinda reminds me of Terminator 2, the arcade game, if they made the whole game over a weekend. Calling Corpse Killer a game is far more than it deserves. You'd have more fun navigating a DVD menu with your dick tip. So anyway, the object of the game is to save all your fellow Marines from the evil Dr. Hellman. I'm guessing he decided to give up on his mayonnaise empire and move on to raising an army of voodoo zombies for world domination or some shit. Hellman is played by Vincent Schiavelli. You might remember him as the hobo ghost from Ghost, who teaches Patrick Swayze how to use his ghost powers. So, you parachute in and get attacked. Here you meet your two companions, Winston, your driver and guide, and Julie, a no-nonsense reporter looking for the scoop on the zombie-infested island. They're only in the game to move the story along and shuttle your ass to areas filled with zombies that can only be beaten by walking to the right. You walk to the right in a village, a swamp, the beach, old temples, and airports. There's a ton of places you walk to the right, and that's all you fucking do from now until you beat the game or say fuck it and shut it the hell off. On your way, you can collect special bullets. They're required to kill the boss enemies and these weird jack-o'-lantern looking guys. But they barely give you any throughout the game. The first time you get to a place where you actually need to use them, I only had 25, which wasn't enough to do shit.
You need to get the special bullets. Without them, you can't beat the boss. But the game doesn't have the courtesy to give them to you, so I just keep getting to the same point and dying over and over.
At one point, I start hitting random buttons thinking it might do something, and it did alright. It kicked me out of the fucking level. Hitting the C button stops the game dead in its tracks and kicks you out to this weird menu screen. If they put the option to abort the level in the pause menu, I'd be fine with it. But making it a regular button that you're more likely to hit by accident is just shit. And I know for a fact it also does this in the Sega CD32X version. And if you want to confirm, I'm guessing it probably does that in the regular Sega CD version as well. So somebody must have thought it was a good idea. Oh yeah, it was a real good idea. So anyway, I get to this menu, and all it does is show you pictures of enemies and other crap. It doesn't give you any useful info or anything, so why even have it? Eventually, I found out how to get back into the game by selecting the map. This is where the game switches things up a bit. You can go back to the main game, but it starts you at the beginning no matter how far you got.
This really scraped my scrotum. I hit one fucking button by accident and I'm booted back to square one.
If you want, you could actually do some side quests also. Depending on what you choose, you can do missions that get you health power-ups, special ammo, or you can choose to do quests for Winston or Julie. If you help Winston, he just finds a bunch of treasure and talks more shit. That's it. It has absolutely no bearing on the game whatsoever. If you help Julie, you get some backstory into the events in the game. All in all, these quests are just a waste of fucking time. The last thing I want to do when I'm playing a horrible mess of a game is extend the duration of suckery and do unnecessary garbage. So the first level you have to beat is Zombie Town. It's just a giant wall with zombies throwing a bunch of crap at you. It's pretty easy, but you have to play the same exact level like 5 fucking times throughout the game. After you beat it, you can either choose the village or the swamp. It's the same thing either way. You fight the same 4 enemies until you walk far enough to the right and the game progresses. Other than the regular zombies, there's these weird shadow guys walking around. They're just lazy palette swaps of the same zombies, just without any color or detail. So if you shoot them while they're dark, you get hurt. You have to wait till they light up, then they kill every zombie on screen. Oh, and about those jack-o'-lantern zombies, they're completely immune to normal bullets. Only the special bullets kill them, but you need to save the special bullets to kill the boss. So you have a decision to make. Either take a hit and lose life, or use that special, precious ammo. All the zombies look like absolute ass. They slide all over the backgrounds and look like they're hanging by wires, because I'm pretty sure they actually were. Some are wearing whatever clothes they showed up in, and others have shitty Halloween masks on. They look like they just went into the Halloween section of a dollar store and bought up anything they could on November 1st. You eventually make your way inside the fortress, which is filled with a bunch of middle-aged dads in pink shirts. I guess they're zombies, but they look like a bunch of golfers wandering around an ancient temple. Eventually, one of the zombified Marines attacks you, and you have to turn them back by using the special ammo. That is, if you have any by this fucking point, because I didn't. I got to this part 5 times and never had enough ammo to finish it. So I had to abort the level and start all over again.
I wasted more time on this than I want to admit. I mean, who wants to go around telling people that they played Corpse Killer for 8 hours over their weekend? You sound like a psycho, especially if you said it to a random person on the street.
So I'm not proud of this, but after getting absolutely nowhere for hours, I had to use cheats. I know, it's fucked up. The 3DO doesn't have a Game Genie, but it does have the Game Guru. There ain't no magic on this console. There wasn't even an infinite ammo code, just one that gives you a lot of bullets. Even cheating on the 3DO sucks balls. Eventually I got up to the boss and changed them back.
I gotta say, I really hate this game, but it's kind of hilarious.
After you change your buddy back, you hang out with them and drink some shit out of a skull that replenishes your health, and then head back to defend the graveyard.
So the graveyard serves as your home base in all this. I mean, that's pretty smart. The heroes decide that the best possible place they could make a home base during a zombie apocalypse is a fucking graveyard!
So from here, you run through the village, head to the fortress, fight more jack-o'-lanterns and sad golfing dads, then save another Marine, rinse and repeat. That's it. Oh, and every time I go through a cycle of levels, I have to reset, delete my previous save, then go back to the Game Guru to put the code back in. If Merriam-Webster called asking for the dictionary definition of tedious, I'd say this right here. All that shit just so I can see these Oscar-worthy cutscenes. Apparently, transforming back from a zombie makes you feel like you just jizzed lava into your boxer briefs. After repeating this 4 fucking times, you finally face off against Mr. Mayonnaise himself, Dr. Hellman. And it's one of the most incredible sights I've ever seen in FMV history. And I say that without an ounce of sarcasm.
Because we are the new order!
Oh, good lord!
The final boss of this game is a JPEG of Vincent Schiavelli's face, spitting an endless stream of zombies at you. You know, I'd find this whole fight hilarious if it weren't the most frustrating thing possible. Basically, I don't even know if I'm winning or not. Zombies just shoot out infinitely as the picture shifts around and gets more and more ugly. The problem with this fight is you have to beat 2 levels before it, and if you get hit on either of those levels, chances are you're completely fucked for the boss fight. Seriously, this fight goes on forever. Hundreds of zombies fly at you, literally hundreds. I spent about an hour on this fight alone because I died about a shitload of fuck times. It was demoralizing.
It's okay. Death is really, really cruel.
Imagine trying to build something out of Legos, but every 5 minutes someone comes into the room, smashes what you've built, and shits on them, and then you have to start over using the poopy Legos. That's what this boss is in a nutshell.
If you actually manage to beat this shit, you get treated to a hilarious death scene. Then you get a bunch of stock clips of fighter jets shooting cartoon lasers at the base till it explodes. Oh, also you get to see Julie in a swimsuit for some reason. How, when, and why the hell she changed into a swimsuit makes no sense. My guess is they needed something to ease the pain of having to spend your weekend slogging through this useless excuse for a video game. All in all, Corpse Killer is just a waste of disc. The entire budget no doubtly went to the production of the B-movie scenes, and barely any effort went into the actual game part of the fucking video game. This is why FMV games were a dead fad more than anything else. People focused so much on the hardware capabilities back then, and the bits and the graphics.
Great graphics.
If you're amused by watching shitty movies and pressing buttons, this is right up your alley. More like right up your ass.
Now, hopefully, I didn't mention any other awful games in past episodes that you're going to want me to torture myself with. Oh, no cliffhanger this time? Okay. All right, well, I'll see you next time, but for now, it's time to kill this corpse. Motherfuck.
He's the angry video game nerd.
When it comes to video game promotions, one of the weirdest was Sega's hotel sponsorship. I cut my thumb. Did you even know that Howard Johnson was the official hotel for Sega Fun? Did you even know what a Howard Johnson was?
Well, if you didn't, this long-haired byproduct of 90s stereotypes and corporate greed will drill it into your soul. Today, we're going to find out why cool kids go Hojo with Sega. What the hell is Hojo? You'll find that out too. Imagine for a moment you're trying to have a relaxing stay at a hotel, but this deranged anal belch of a human assaults your senses at every step while he tries to force you to play Game Gear because he's obsessed with 2 things and 2 things only: Howard Johnson and Game Gear. And that's what we're talking about today. An awful line of VHS tapes called Sega Game Gear Tips. They were sold at Howard Johnson in the mid-90s. In today's age, video game information can be found everywhere, but back then, you had to get magazines, or in some case, VHS tapes, like those secret video game strategy tapes that I actually rented from the video store. It was the first time I remember seeing recorded video game playback, aside from commercials. At the time, I thought it was amazing. Nintendo produced a lot of these during the SNES and N64 generation, It was an experimental era, as many of these tapes were pretty awkward.
This isn't right, because I just got done. I didn't go all the way up the wall. So I can't say disappearing.
You play back, buddy? You didn't go all the way up?
I didn't go all the way up, and I went up the wall and fell, and just pushed the button and fell. I just remember that right when I was...
Sega Game Tips, sometimes called Sega Game Gear Tips, is a series of sponsored Sega game-related videos that are some of the weirdest things I've ever watched. I mean, almost as weird as plumbers don't wear ties. Of the 4 tapes, 3 of them star this annoying 90s fuck who sounds like, I don't know, a mix of Gambit from X-Men and Foghorn Leghorn, maybe?
Because next to Sega video games, food is my favorite thing in the techno jungle.
They were sometimes sponsored by different companies like Oscar Mayer and Post Cereal, but the ones we're talking about today are for Howard Johnson hotels. The Post Cereal one also has the same guy as the Howard Johnson tape, Michael B. He's one of the most annoying characters in the world. He's basically what you get when a bunch of out-of-touch corporate morons try to appeal to the youth of the 90s.
What am I doing? What?
So obviously, the tapes were made to promote Sega, and if you were staying at a Howard Johnson, you could rent a Game Gear. I guess mostly for parents to occupy their kids with. It's kind of like when you go into a hotel and there's a game console built into the TV. You could also get a VHS tape or a fun pack that was filled with stickers and buttons and shit. 2 different tapes were released during the promotion. They're exactly the same, except for the Game Gear tips, which suck balls anyway. The video is just a thinly veiled advertisement with some bullshit game tips sprinkled in once in a while. And trust me, calling them tips is generous. They're usually something anyone could figure out easily by just playing the damn game. This tip for Taz is literally how to go through a door.
Thank God I have a tape that tells me the basic functions. How else would I have figured out the way to go through a door is to go through the fucking door?
The tips are there just to make you forget you're watching a long Howard Johnson commercial. That's what this is, except it's a commercial you pay $10 for. The video's plot, yes, plot, is beyond absurd. It starts with this cranky-ass business guy who just wants to relax at Howard Johnson, but everywhere he goes, he's pestered by this long-haired douchebag who tries to force him to play Game Gear. The camera work and editing is some of the most annoying shit you could imagine. The camera's always moving, like the operator filmed it while being beaten by rabid baboons. There's also a strobe light or something that keeps going off. This tape is an assault to your senses. It's like some kind of CIA torture method. I'd rather hook my balls to a car battery. He also has possibly the most irritating catchphrase I've ever heard.
And you know, sir, that Howard Johnson is the family vacation hotel. And kids go, Hojo! Hojo! With a Sega.
So what is Hojo? I think it's some kind of abbreviation of Howard Johnson, but I've never heard one person in my entire life say go Hojo.
Imagine stopping at some shitty hotel and all the kids there are running around with their faces glued to these low-res Game Gear screens screaming, Hojo! Hojo! Who said that? Who said Hojo? Hojo! Oh.
If I knew anyone who ran around with a Game Gear and screamed Hojo and they weren't trying to be ironic, I'd shit out my dick. That's a real stretch to try to make the name Howard Johnson sound cool to 90s preteens. That's like the chain restaurant Buffalo Wild Wings. It's sometimes called B-dubs. Yeah, I've heard people call it that, and it actually shows up on their menus.
But come to think of it, B-dubs puts a smile on my face. I'm calling it fucking B-dubs.
Also, instead of Hojo, shouldn't it be Howja? Because it's Howard Johnson? Why am I thinking so deeply into this shit? I'd rather talk about B-dubs. Fucking B-dubs. Yeah. So anyway, this poor guy just wants to take a nap, but everywhere he goes, he's hounded by this crazy dude. It's like the plot of a Looney Tunes cartoon.
What'd you bring me, Daddy?
He always speaks in extreme close-up, and with all these trippy angles, flashes, and jump cuts, it comes off like he's some kind of pushy drug dealer from a public service announcement. It's almost like the Game Gear is the drug. It actually feels like it's trying to advertise not to play Game Gear. Every so often, this weird disembodied head pops up and gives random tidbits about the Sega promotion.
From Memorial Day weekend to Labor Day weekend, a child accompanied by an adult staying at Howard Johnson has a choice of a free fun pack or Sega Game Gear game tip video. But without a kid, you grown-ups have to pay for it.
Who is that guy?
Beats me. I thought it was with you.
I guess he's like the hotel's lawyer or something. And it's a good thing they have one, because if I were this businessman, I'd sue the dick off this hotel chain for causing me anxiety. Like, shit, if the guy doesn't want to play a fucking Game Gear, then just leave him alone. So after some more shitty game tips, the business guy goes to grab some food, and of course, the same guy is also the waiter. What a wacky motherfucker.
I just want to get something to eat. No problem, sir. Our specials today are the Sonic Salad, a Knuckle Knockwurst.
Knuckles Knockwurst sounds messed up. Makes me think they ground up Knuckles into a sausage. Seeing how fucked up this hotel is, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd rather stay at the Bates Motel or the fucking Overlook. So the same thing keeps happening over and over for the entire tape. Business guy wants to do something, long-haired jackass whips out a Game Gear, tells him how Howard Johnson is the official hotel of Sega video game fun, and then the business guy has a mental breakdown. It's like a nightmare. Eventually, the business guy heads to his room, where it just so happens a member of the housekeeping staff is fixing up. So he walks in, sees this attractive woman, and then, oh no. He turns into a total creep and starts putting on the moves. Oh, holy fucking shit. This is so insanely inappropriate. It's unbelievable they let this pass in an advertisement for a hotel. It's another reason why this tape could never exist today.
If something's not quite right, just let us know. If it's within our control, we'll make it right, or that night is free.
Well, that's very nice.
But things take a twist, because when she turns around, take one guess who she is. Yep, you guessed it. It's the crazy dude in disguise, complete with pigtails. Then the business guy passes out. So after all the different types of harassment we've witnessed in this psychotic hotel, the businessman finally decides to play the Game Gear and enjoys it. He reacts to it like someone's tickling his anus. After all that, it's time for him to head out, hopefully to B-dubs. This next part puts a nice little bow on this package of flaming dog shit. Check this out. First, the guy pulls some sick moves when he's leaving. I love how they try to make his little jump look badass. They put it in slow-mo and add some kind of shake effect like this dude pushed the entire earth down. And then he bumps into the car. But after he gets in the car, he gives the crazy dude his tip, the Game Gear, and then he turns into the crazy dude. Oh, what a fucking twist. Oh, B-dubs. Then we get a closing voiceover, like a shitty version of The Twilight Zone. It even goes to black and white, with the crazy dude using Rod Serling quotes like, "Little did he suspect."
Now, little did he suspect that I was all waiting for him right here at this Howard Johnson.
Rod Serling's spinning in his grave so hard, he's probably drilled to the center of the earth by now.
To sum it up, this might be the worst gaming thing I've ever seen, and the worst thing the 90s has to offer in general. It's mind-numbing bullshit your grandparents could have written. It'll make you avoid a Howard Johnson hotel at any cost, where kids go, Hojo! You'd rather jump in a pool of venomous snakes than stay here. You'll want to shove a Game Gear up Howard Johnson's asshole. Sideways. A Game Gear inside of Howard Johnson's asshole sideways is what you call a fun pack, and that is packing in the fun. It's a shitload of fuck. It's a bullfuck B-dubbing motherfucking sucker of shit. And I don't like it.
Welcome to the next level.
Sega! He's the angry video game nerd.
What happens when you combine cars with Armageddon. You get Carmageddon. Yeah, Carmageddon. Sounds like a joke somebody came up with in 2 seconds. But the real joke is that it actually got made into a game.
Truth be told, Carmageddon was actually pretty well received when it was released for PC in '97. It's basically a vehicle combat game and was supposed to be a tie-in for the Death Race 2000 sequel, but the movie got shit-canned and the developers decided to just go ahead and make the game they wanted to make, license be damned. It did well enough to get a sequel, Carpocalypse Now, released the following year. The soundtrack included Carmageddon It by Def Leppard. No, that's not true, but I wish it was. It was popular enough to get a port on the Nintendo 64. It was to be published by Interplay, but before that could happen, Titus bought them out. And yes, it's the very same Titus that published Superman 64. In the interest of maximum profit, they rushed this game out as fast as possible, which resulted in one of the absolute worst games on the Nintendo 64.
Imagine owning a video game company, and your claim to fame is having made 2 of the worst games on the N64. What an achievement.
But let's talk about the game itself. There's a number of different modes you can play, including the headbutting mode. You know what? That's the best one. Watching that is much more fun than playing the game. But then again, so is playing Turd Pinata. The main mode is Carmageddon. It even has a story and takes place in the year 2026. Global warming gets so bad that the air toxins begin resurrecting the dead. Well, that's something to look forward to. The game has 2 racers to choose from, Max Damage and Diana. Oh boy. Max Damage is a bright red bald guy, and Diana looks like someone farted in her face. There's a few different methods to complete a level. You can go through any of the laps like a normal racing game, destroy all the other cars, or kill all the zombies on the map. Yes, zombies in a racing game. The PC version was known for killing humans and was very gory. Blood and limbs were splattering everywhere. But this version just has zombies dripping green ooze. It's kind of like Mortal Kombat on the Super Nintendo, how the blood was changed gray. In Germany, the zombies were swapped out for dinosaurs. Hey, kids like dinosaurs. It went from this to this. The stages in this game include Beaver City, Beaver Country Quarry, or Beaver City again? Well, this game sure has an obsession with beavers. If you happen to go over a jump, you might do a stunt, and then a message scrolls across the screen that reads, Cunning Stunt Bonus. The first time I saw it, my brain mashed the words together, forcing dirty thoughts.
Just like the Metallica live VHS tape, Cunning Stunts. True story. Back in the 90s, I was listening to the radio, one of the local rock stations. The DJ was talking about it, and he slipped up and said, Stunning Cunts. Then he tried to forget about it, but 25 years later, I still remember.
This game was given a mature rating, but between all the beaver, tittis, and cunning stunt talk, it's only inspired me to be as immature as possible. The courses are all hopelessly generic, with featureless, uninspired, bland voids. I doubt the developers were at fault, and the issues were more likely because Titus didn't give the team enough time to make something playable. But what can you really expect of a company called Titus? Alright, enough of that joke. You want to know the real joke? The controls. This is a fucking joke, and a sick, demented one. The car barely turns. Half the time you're crashing or getting stuck up walls. This is compounded by the drunken camera angles. While you're driving, it'll shift randomly and jerk you around. It's like some assholes in the passenger seat just yanking the steering wheel every few seconds. Just jerking and yanking, jerking and yanking. The camera even gets hung up on the walls when the race starts. What the hell is it doing? Power-ups are scattered around the level, but good luck making use of them. They're usually fucking dumb like stick insect zombies. Night of the what the living fuck? There's also a power-up that gives the zombies big stupid heads, but it's so far away, by the time you actually find any zombies, the power-up wears off. And I really wanted to see the goddamn big stupid heads. The absolute worst thing about the game is how bad the sense of direction is. Take a good game like Mario Kart, for example. It always lets you know which way you should be headed, and if you go the wrong way, it tells you. With Carmageddon 64, no such luck. If you happen to go off course just a little bit, which will definitely happen, you're fucked. Yes, there are arrows, which are supposed to clue you in, but they don't show up often enough, so you just drive into the middle of nowhere. You'll be traveling around aimlessly until you eventually come to a checkpoint. It's only then that they tell you you're doing something wrong. The very moment you go in the wrong direction, an arrow should instantly appear to let you know. How about a nice fine message that says, "Turn around, asshole"? We'd all appreciate being called an asshole by these assholes. And the checkpoints are really particular. Even when you think you went past them, they might not even count it. It seems like they had a bunch of generic 3D models of towns and decide to randomly place barriers to make it resemble a track. If your car falls off the track, you'll get stuck in a timeout void for way longer than it should take. Lakitu would have you out of there in a few seconds, but I guess if this game was as good as Mario Kart, Nintendo would have a problem. It's reminiscent of the overly drawn-out loading time from Castlevania Symphony of the Night when you die. Just get me back to the goddamn game! Alright, we're going. Oh shit! Great, now I'm just sliding around upside down. Awesome. How do I flip back over? I'm like a turtle that can't get off his back. Okay, so hitting the L button brings your car back. Luckily, I figured that out. Otherwise, I would have slid upside down through the entire track. This quarry level is by far the worst. I had to race through it 4 fucking times before I got used to the layout. I kept missing the checkpoints and drove around aimlessly until the time ran out. It's too easy to get lost on this level because most of it is just an open area with 0 directions on where to go. I think the idea, with all seriousness, what they were actually trying to do, was make the levels intentionally boring so that you'll be more likely to focus on just running over the zombies. While that may work in the superior PC version, the N64 port just falls flat, and then it goes through the flatness into a glitchy, unfinished pile of polygonal poo. So, okay, maybe I can get behind a game where you run over zombies, but the number count of how many zombies to run over is way too high. By the time you get half the amount of kills you need, the time will have already expired. Not to mention, it's hard as shit to actually drive into them. Half the time, I'm slowly maneuvering, trying to line them up just to miss. You want to play a game where you make slow K-turns all day? There's more action in a driver's license test. Driver's license test, the game. That would be more fun. The whole draw of the game is the fact that you can fool around and get to run over people, but it's damn near impossible, so it doesn't even have that going for it. The zombies move slower than soft-serve shit, but still, I can barely hit them. Why in your right mind would you ever spend money on this abomination? Out of the 400 fucking racing games on the N64, this is easily the worst.
When it comes to quality control, this game is on par with Superman 64. Well, at least the other racers move, unlike Big Rigs. But when that's the best thing you can say about the game is that it's slightly better than Big Rigs, well then you know you're playing a 12-car pile-up of flaming fucking bullshit.
Hey, you fucking kids! It's Mr. Riggs! I'm the official spokesperson for the best game ever, Big Rigs! And if you disagree, I don't know what your fucking problem is, so maybe you'd consider the second best game, Carmageddon 60-fucking-4! The controls are 64 times more responsive, so I know you'll love it. You'll be begging for it. You'll be screaming, dude, where's my Carmageddon? Drive up walls, slide upside down, and explore the great endless void. Give gravity the finger, the middle one. Power-ups have little in-game effect to remind you the real power is in your heart and soul. K-turn your way to vehicular supremacy. Just wait for it. Yep, there it is. Run through zombies and fucking dinosaurs. Show them you're the King Tyrannosaur. Make them eat shit. Carmageddon 64, the second best game in the history of the world. Get your copy today, or go to hell!
I've played fighters, shooters, racers, fighters, beat-em-ups, fighters. You know, when you've played a King Kong assload of shitty games like I have, it feels like you've played them all with just a different title. I want something new. Who said that? Oh! Pac-Man 2, The New Adventures. Wow! I guess I'm gonna play that now. In Japan, this game was released as Hello Pac-Man, published by Namco. However, in the North American release, the game had a bit of controversy around it.
In the 90s, a company named Accolade developed and published their own unlicensed Genesis games by reverse engineering the lockout chip. This pissed Sega off, who, in '91, sued Accolade not once, but twice. They eventually settled and allowed Accolade to become a full Sega licensed publisher. This also pissed off Nintendo because Accolade was releasing so many games on their bitter rival's platform. So Accolade made another company, Ballistic, to get around publishing limits with Nintendo. And they all got this weird cheap sticker slapped on the label. The most common complaints I've heard about this game are controlling Pac-Man's mood swings while pairing vague tactics to solve each level. If you're lucky enough to have the booklet, there's some hints in the back. In the front, the game is glorified as the world's first interactive cartoon. You guide and help him with Namco's innovative character guidance interface, also known as CGI, not to be confused with the other CGI abbreviation. There's definitely a masochism tone that makes the game feel counterintuitive to play. What the fuck? We're friends now after shooting shit stones at his face? That's a good way to get your ass kicked if you don't put someone's eye out first. Oh, I mean, come on, that looks like it hurts. Oh, right there. Oh, damn. Okay, so the first mission is to get Pac Baby some milk from the local farm. Seems simple enough. Well, that wasn't so tough. That witch is pissed. Wait, those eyes. FF? Fred fucks? Could it be? The next mission is getting a flower for their friend Lucy's birthday. This time you have to take a lift to the mountains, and what a hassle. This game starts to ramp up the cryptic difficulty. Unlike other point-and-click and decision-based games, this one takes it to another level by making you a secondary godlike co-op to Pac-Man. Right here, if I don't intervene, he will just walk off this cliff like a fucking lemming. Or here, every detail is important, and the slightest fuck-up can happen from almost anything in the environment. You gotta be super vigilant. This fucking hang glider is the shits. It's an exercise in frustration with no checkpoint. Luckily, there's infinite continues, but every time I get an inch further, I just fuck up and have to start all over. It's a kick in the sack. And what a shitload of fuck that was to get this stupid ass flower. Oh, and also, before you can leave this level, you need to find 3 ID cards. There's some secrets littered around too, like that pack pellet or stale ass pizza. Gross. You can also tell ghosts are nearby because their eyes are on certain objects. Eventually, after a metric ton of bullshit, you return back with the flower, everyone's happy, but guess who's not?
I'd be more pissed than upset hang gliding in hell for a fucking flower I could have gotten from a store.
I guess seeing as all the stores in this world are closed, Pac-Man had to go to the top of some godforsaken mountain to get them. Not like flowers happen anywhere else besides mountaintops. The third level is where Pac shit starts hitting the fan for Pac-Man. The ghosts have stolen Pac Jr.'s guitar. Now you have to go to the city and hunt down those motherfuckers. The city has a huge array of things to interact with, and for something that should only take minutes to do, it feels like hours go by. By this time, you'll notice things that are really out of place, like this fuck. To get Junior's guitar, you have to turn into Super Pac-Man and fuck up the ghosts. After defeating the ghost, you take the guitar back.
Okay, so now we're on the final level, and this part is just weird.
The witch is collecting ABC gum? Already been chewed gum? Why? That's nasty, man! You eventually find your way into the evil witch's science lab and come across the number sequence for the ID cards when you collect them all.
fuck this game and fuck Pac-Man. I have the ID cards, the number sequence, and he still just goes and fucks things up. What a pain in the ass it is to micromanage every... Oh!
So, there are a couple good things about the game. One, it has unlimited continues, and two, the password system is pretty helpful. If you fuck up and want to go back to get it right, you can pretty easily. Every moment of the game generates a password you can find in the menu. However, if you wait too long, Pac-Man gets pissy. Okay, now the final boss.
Yeah, it's definitely the gum monster. It's definitely spelled with a G. I mean, look, we all know what it looks like. Let's all just grow up and get our minds out of the gutter.
Now, this dickhole shit-encrusted poopy fuck final boss isn't really too hard to beat. As long as you avoid his arms, stay in super Pac-Man mode, and keep shooting the fuck out of the gum monster's face until he goes back into the gross gum pit he came from.
I finished this game at 21%, which goes to show there is so much more to it if you have the time and patience. Is it a shitty game? Well, sort of, but sort of not. It's different, it's an acquired taste, it's a radical jump from the fast-paced, simple maze games we all grew to love, so maybe if they just didn't call it Pac-Man 2, it would have gone over a lot better. It's an interesting game. It's worth having in your collection. You just gotta put up with Pac-Man's emotional outbursts and just separate it from the original Pac-Man. That's all. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck?
Man. Fuck this game.
He's the angry video game nerd.
You ever have to take a shit so bad you twisted your ankle? I suppose I should explain that. It's when you're holding in for so long, the shit's pressing against your sacrum, and to counteract it, you push your hips out, turning your leg in this awkward position. It feels like getting fisted in the ass, except you're getting fisted out the ass, and it's a fistful of shit, but there's no fist. That's what this game reminds me of. So, to hell with it, watch it go! Oh, damn. The review didn't even begin, and I already broke the game. Oops. I guess I can't play it then. What a genius idea. I should have been doing that all along. Well, we have some extra time now. I don't know, what do you want to talk about? How about my shirt? That sounds real interesting, doesn't it?
I started wearing it in 2020. That seemed like a good time for a fresh shirt for a new decade, a new generation, like how they always updated the Star Trek uniforms. But some say I should go back to the old shirt. Okay, no problem.
All right, there we go. It's missing some buttons here. It's a little baggy. It's got some blood stains and shit stains on it, so it is old. And you know what? I'm also wearing my old underwear right now, too. I'm just playing around. But I do agree, this old shirt is very comfy, and when you wear something for a long time, it becomes part of you. You know what? I'm also going to try my old glasses. Yeah, here we go. I can't see shit. Huh? What? Ah! It's that magic leprechaun that always puts my games back together. Well, I guess I'm not getting out of this one.
The Rocketeer for NES was based on the 1991 film about the biggest jetpacking flyer since Boba Fett. It was based on a 1982 comic, which was a throwback to 1930s comics and film serials. As a kid, I loved the movie, and as an adult, I now appreciate how it celebrates old-time heroes and Golden Age Hollywood. It's a little bit like Indiana Jones and a little bit like the Michael Keaton Batman. You know, the one where Batman wears a new suit, but I think they should have wore the old Adam West suit. I'm just kidding. The Rocketeer's true identity is stunt pilot, goofy but endearing Cliff Seckard, who, after a thwarted attempt by mobsters, stumbles upon a prototype jetpack created by Howard Hughes. Wait a minute, what's this odd-looking contraption? This right here is a pink jetpack. So he uses it for heroic deeds, but must keep it out of the hands of the Nazis who want to use it as a weapon. The film ambitiously tried to be the next big superhero franchise, but fell short like Socket the Duck after Sonic the Hedgehog. But that didn't stop it from landing on the NES.
He has got to be kidding.
The only thing faithful to the movie are the colorful and appealing cutscenes, but once you get into the gameplay, it's a clusterfuck of infuriating mazes and backgrounds that look like throw up. There's something about the overall look, the graphics, and the text, especially during the cutscenes, that in some way reminds me of another game I've reviewed, Dick Tracy, which had good intentions but was butchered by poor decisions. And not at all coincidentally, both these games were published by Bandai. Well, they also published that other one, but let's not get into that. It's a basic, self-explanatory game made up of 6 side-scrolling stages where you walk around dodging bullets and punching people in the dick in awkward crouching positions. You collect weapons, and ammo is maxed at 99, which you can cycle through and use whenever necessary. So nothing terribly unusual, until you get to these long jumps. If you miss the platform, you fall back to the area you were just at, so you have to retread your path over and over till you get it right. Get over there! Fuck!
Get over there! They give you just barely enough distance for it to even be possible. Who likes having to be at the tippy-toe edge? Why do so many games force you to do that? Don't you just want to... Get over there!
It also really bugs me that all throughout the game, there's tons of open doors, but you can't go inside any of them. At least they're consistent, so you learn pretty quickly not to try going in them. But it just begs the question, why do they have to be there? And what's supposed to be on the other side? A bathroom? A closet? People banging in an alley? And they really ran out of ideas for enemies. Miniature tanks? Really now? Are they remote control toys? Did they run astray from a Godzilla movie set? What are the standards here? The enemies are throwing more advanced tech at me than the actual jetpack. Like this shit. It's like a dildo had a baby with a transformer. And guess what else? Really, take a wild guess. Bats. Bats. It's easy to get numb to it, but stop and actually think about it. Somebody, somewhere in the world, thought, hey, you know what the Rocketeer game needs? Bats. I'm starting to think Top Gun actually had bats and I missed it. The funny part is when you punch the bats, they explode in what seems like a splash of blood. Long before the Mortal Kombat censorship, the Rocketeer was fucking shit up. No, this game does not need bats. I'll tell you what it needs. The rocket jetpack.
Where is it?
Where's what?
The rocket.
You do get the rocket, but in order to use it, you have to collect gas. Oh, look, there it is. There's the gas. There's the gas. Oh, I'm dead.
Game over? One life? No continues!
Oh, you get a code? Unlimited continues?
Okay, my bad. I got a little too bent out of shape there.
So there I am, almost about to get the rocket. Yeah, fuck!
Well, I flew for a couple seconds.
So finally, I start flying. But the thing is, you have to keep that gas meter from running out. So you only want to use the rocket sparingly. So while the rocket was included, it's not as prominent as you'd hope. One of the biggest failures of any game is when it's not fun to fight the enemies. To punch them, you have to get close, naturally, but if you get too close, the punch goes through them.
Punch him! Punch him!
And it's real fair that the enemies can shoot through the walls, but you can't. Classic. Do they have some kind of special ghost bullets or something?
Oh, that's just piss!
Then there's these little red spaceship things. You have to go near them to trigger them, but they shoot shit, so you have to get away, and then they respawn! Oh, come on! What it boils down to is that this is a game where trying not to get hit is too frustrating. So a more tolerable strategy is to just run through and hope you don't get hit too much. To hope you don't get beat up too much.
So that if I get beat up tonight,
And rely on the confidence that a heart will show up. Is that a fun mindset? No. Take a good game, for example, like Contra. Doing a flying somersault through a bunch of bullets and successfully avoiding them feels rewarding and satisfying. But not here. The boss fights are uninspired and flat out absurd. At the end of level 5, you actually fight Griffith Observatory. Wow. What next? Do you fight Bronson Cave? The final boss is Sinclair, the main villain, played by James Bond, Timothy Dalton, who honestly carried the whole movie. But he looks just like one of the generic enemies, and he's stupidly easy. Then you get this half-ass ending with just one screen that says, "I love you, Cliff," and that's it. In the movie, the climactic fight takes place on top of the Nazi blimp, and it's between Cliff and the henchman, whose look was actually based on actor Rondo Haddon, who appeared in Universal's Sherlock Holmes and Monster series. How does this not seem like a stage for a video game? In short, The Rocketeer might be better than lots of the games I reviewed on the NES, but that's actually a sad thing to say. All these years, I'm coming to realize the NES has less games like Contra and more like The Rocketeer, and when you want to add up all the really bad ones, it's a pretty shitty library. You know what? I can't believe I'm saying this, but the NES sucked. On that note, let's move on over to the Super Nintendo. Yeah, The Rocketeer in 16-bit. This one has to be better. I mean, how could it not? Really? I'm not joking here. A more advanced console, learn from their mistakes. This one has to be better, right? Right? What were they thinking? It's worse than the NES version. It might even be worse than Wizard of Oz or Hong Kong 97. This might be the worst fucking Super Nintendo game I ever played. It just started and I can't even figure out what to do. This seems like a deliberate attempt to waste the player's time as much as possible. And not just waste your time, but to straight up insult you. You expected to get the Rocketeer, jetpack flying, hand-to-hand combat, gunplay, action and adventure. But no, instead, you're immediately forced to go in an endless circle like a dog chasing a turd stuck to its anus. I'm holding down the speed button, but I keep losing the race and bumping into the fucking towers. Of course, there's something I'm doing wrong and need to figure it out. The fact you go in a circle pisses me off to no end. They couldn't even design a horizontal side-scrolling stage? Why even include this in the game? As the first level? And I know, this was a scene in the movie, but this is one instance where they followed the movie a little too much. Imagine if you were playing an Indiana Jones game, and right when you started up, you're in the classroom teaching. That would have been great. So what is it you actually have to do here? How do you catch up with the other planes? Well, honestly, I don't really know. But what eventually worked for me was instead of looking at the main screen, I'd look at that little screen at the bottom. Never mind the speed meter, that thing that looks like the transporter lever from Star Trek, specifically the original series. You know, the one where Captain Kirk wore the old uniform, not before they changed it. I'm just fucking around. Anyway, that tiny screen is what you should be looking at. That's how you avoid the towers, and by sticking close to them, you can keep yourself closer to the inner circle and outrun the other flyers. I think you could also use L or R to steer. I really don't know, and I don't care. So what kind of back-ass way is this to program a game? Imagine if you were playing Doom, but you have to stare at a tiny box, while the main screen was just, I don't know, a picture of a demon on a toilet or something. Even when you kinda know what you're doing, it's not fun. It's just an endurance test. Oh, thank God I won the race! Alright, let's see what's next. No! No way! You have to do it all over again? This is Superman 64 degree of bullshit. How hard was it to make a game where you're just the Rocketeer flying around?
I want to be the Rocketeer, not Cliff in a plane. I want to be the Rocketeer. The game just mocked me. So now I'm the Rocketeer, going in a circle with fucking planes! It's like as if the game actually said to me, you want to be the Rocketeer? Well, now you're the Rocketeer, asshole!
It's pretty much the same thing, just a sprite swap. But between these races, you're abruptly thrown into a shooter game.
Whoa, what the hell?
It's weird because it's not a POV. You're behind the Rocketeer, yet you're controlling his aim. It's one of those type of games where you just move the crosshair around to take out the enemies. For what seems like eternity. You can fly, but where to? The ceiling? The third level, or should I say the third level that looks different, is a side-scrolling shooter. Finally! This is the bare minimum of what we'd expect from a Rocketeer game, and that's the sad part. This is the best it has to offer. You can blow up your health, which really sucks, so you can't be too trigger happy. But if you let these guys get behind you, you're screwed, because you can't shoot to the left. That's pretty common, but the part that's not fair is they sometimes sneak along the bottom of the screen, so you can't help but get in front of them. Even when you have a straight shot, you can hardly hit them without getting hit yourself because they shoot in these downward angles, so you get stuck in these impossible geometric patterns. They just keep coming. It's too fast. They just gang up on you, and when you die, it's game over. No continues.
I feel bad for anyone who played this. Imagine the kids who got this from Toys R Us thinking, yay, the Rocketeer, only to get this poor, lousy, steaming pile of garbage.
Let's take care of these games the right way. I got 2 Rolling Rocks, which I turned into the Rocket Beer. Let's strap these fuckers on and send them off.
Now, let's literally watch it go. Yeah. Now, one last thing about the shirt. I understand nobody actually wants me to literally go back to the old shirt. I just need a new one that everyone can unanimously approve of. So starting now, I'll be wearing a new shirt. Well, this is it. This is the new shirt. I hope you like it. I hate these games. I'd rather treat myself. Yeah, I need to calm down. Just gotta chill, just for once. Because I've been angry for far too long.
Hey there, friendo! Are the day-to-day stresses of shit wearing you down? Looking to get away without leaving that food time? Well, you angry asshole. Let the vacation come to you. Explore the Caribbean, surround yourself with exotic animals, bodacious babes, without leaving the comfort of your tiny, pathetic basement. Order now! And you'll receive a highly immersive video game that will leave you feeling like you just came back from Guantanamo Bay!
Okay, well that sounds like it could be fun. Like, maybe it's like one of those virtual reality kind of games, like Total Recall or some shit.
Just call the fucking number.
Yeah, I want that. Thanks. Oh yeah, here we go. I'm so ready. I'm filled with excitement here. I mean, filled with excrement. Greendog on Genesis. Well, hey, I'm gonna play this game with a happy face. Gonna chill with the cursing, chill with the screaming. I'll be able to make it through that way, right?
Yeah, let's chill. Like that surfer beach dude, Greendog.
Surf's up, dude. Why is he called Greendog? I mean, he's not green, and he's not a dog.
And look at this beach. It's so nice. It just looks like, you know, right out of Swamp Thing's swamp-ass butt. Oh, I like how he just sticks out from the background. I mean, doesn't even belong in the beach, but that's cool because he's just all one with nature. I mean, his head looks like a lone ball sack. Not even his face wants to be a part of this game. But that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, the backgrounds, they all look like, you know, real-life photos painted over in Mario Paint. Yeah, I kind of like, you know, I get trying to make a Sega game look realistic or doing the digitized Mortal Kombat thing, but these look really off compared to the cartoon characters in front. But that's okay. That's okay. So the game starts off with Greendog crap getting hit by a giant wave, and now this pendant is stuck around his goofy neck and can't be taken off until 6 pieces of Aztec treasure scattered around the Caribbean are put back together again, or else he can never surf again. How do I know this? Because Bambi, Greendog's Goliath girlfriend, happens to be an expert on the matter. She knows so much, why did the pendant choose her instead? I mean, just look at her and look at him. It's like they're from 2 completely different games. Alright, calm down. Right off the bat, what annoys me is the music. It's a continuous, irritating, and piercing loop. But that's fine, I can take it, it's alright. Just chill. Sounds like the soundtrack to A Weekend at Bernie's being played with trash cans and kazoos. Or not expensive kazoos, cheap ones. Oh, and I love that jump. Oh yeah, yeah, that jump. It just makes everything you do a nightmare. It's cool. Just jump, it'll be okay. Watch out for the piranhas. So many piranhas. Oh wow, those birds make that noise. So you attack enemies by whipping frisbees at their heads, but it doesn't seem to do jack shit crap half the time. And it went through that parrot 4 times. What is Greendog's problem? Whipping frisbees at parrots? What an a-hole. Sometimes you can get power-ups, like this homing frisbee, which is helpful, but of course, it's only around for a limited time, and there are barely any enemies around. Why even give it to me? You can reduce damage by eating food you find by hitting objects and enemies, and how frogs explode into french fries is beyond my culinary experience. This game is supposedly set in the islands, so why not use fruit like bananas or pineapples? Instead, it's the kids' buffet menu at Sizzlers. Hot dogs flying out of parrots, assholes, and donuts popping out of Aztec deities. It makes no sense. No sense. Oh, fudge! That jump, he jumps 5 feet in the air, but he can't jump on that fucking block! I'm clearly able to jump on that block, but maybe it's his floppy, freakish feet or the helmet hair blocking him. Whew, okay. But there's absolutely no reason I shouldn't make this jump other than the game just sucks! Okay, I'm starting to lose it here. Alright, I've made it to one of the boss fights, and it's anticlimactic as all hell. The music doesn't change, and the boss blends in with this moldy-looking graphics. Take a good game like Castlevania. When you fight Medusa, she begins as a statue, but then she emerges from it, and the music gets intense. And this came out in '86. But here, this boss looks like an infected scab vomiting piss balls and blue tapeworms at you. What are these things? They look like giant chunks of foreskin. I mean, when you step on them, they let out a cock fart. I will be honest. It's not that bad of a game. It's definitely playable. I think we've seen the worst of it already. Alright, well, I'm making it pretty far here. Okay, just... oh, the pipe got me. Stop. 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 I have to do the level over again? I can't believe they send you back that far! As you watch the screen scrolling by, you can just feel those precious minutes being stolen from you. It's the same feeling of wasted time, like if you drive all the way to the store and then realize you left your wallet at home, so you have to go back just to go forward again. Fucking sucks! Yeah, so being chill just went out the fucking window. Come on, jump. Watch the fucking parrot. Oh, you goddamn parrot. Oh, and then the meters. These are even worse. Oh, look at that. They just send you all the way back. Oh, that's the worst problem with this game. It just sends you back. Sends you back. Sends you fucking back. You go forward, you go back, you go forward, and you go fucking back again. Why can't you just skate around them? Skates are an option, but the minute you touch that skateboard, you're stuck with this shit until you finish this fucked up fart fest. Of course, on the boss level, I have to continue this shit with the skateboard or rollerblades, so I'm going with the rollerblades this time. Are you kidding me? I get the skates, but because of that ridiculous jump, I end up with the skateboard again. Well, it doesn't matter because I died. Gently this time. Okay, here we go. Oh, well, I just fucking died again. No, just jump. Ah! No. Fuck it, I'm gonna use the skateboard. Yeah. Oh! Fuck! Oh, come on, springs. In Sonic, when you're running fast and you hit a spring, you get launched forward or backwards, it's a fun dynamic to the game because sometimes you find items or even secret passages. But in this shit-stained game between the Genesis's ass crack, the pushback is all over the place. Half the screen is gone and I can't make out where I'm going half the damn time. Is that infuriating? Yes, it is. I'd have better luck controlling a car on fire with the brakes cut going 100 miles per hour straight into a manure truck, Biff Tannen style. These gyrocopter levels are a mess of shit. Okay, here we go. Oh, there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff going on. Just ignore the falling parachute food. Where are they even coming from? You'll have more life avoiding them. Being swarmed to shit. You know the game is fucked when you have such a huge life bar to deal with this barrage of bullshit. What is even the point of that glove? It can only reach enemies when they're already in damage proximity of you, so might as well just dodge everything. Now that I'm this far into the game, I need to talk about the music again. Some tracks are catchy, like this one. Wait a minute, why is that so familiar? La, 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 whatever, la, la, la. Holy shit, those thieves. And what about... Wait, that's Little Fucking Mermaid. Wait, this game came out in 92, and Little Mermaid came out before this game in 89. The game ripped off Little Mermaid! Oh, now a little history. The composer of Greendog was Paul Gadbois, whatever. He also did the music for Disney's Bonkers and Tailspin, so there's a Disney connection, kinda. This is all kinda weird, but his music isn't so bad, considering modern musicians rip him off. I mostly blame the Genesis's audio chips for Greendog sounding like shit. And that's all I'll say about that. No, let's go down the rabbit hole a little more. I found out that the Greendog character was originally from a board game called Surf Trip, which was created by real-life surfer dude Rick Green, who was the creator of that sticky Velcro football we played with as kids in the 80s. Rick Green's childhood nickname was Greendog, and the Greendog character was illustrated by Cam D. Leon, who also did the art for a couple Tool albums, Ghostbusters, and Hook. Alright, back to the game. Here's some annoying shit. The foreground keeps getting in the way. Kind of like Batman Forever on Super Nintendo. Look at that. I mean, get out of the way. I'm trying to play a game here. On to the final level. You finally get to use the rollerblades. And to be honest, it sucks ass. It's a lot of guessing and constant hit damage to get through. And even when you do make it, it's nothing extraordinary. No mega boss fight, just some gangly asshole X-gaming his way to the end with a fucking stupid ass bird hovering over you every second. Happy birthday! Fuck you! So Greendog shit gets all the pieces together and can finally surf again. Yippee fucking skippy. Now, I don't have to play this shitload of fuck anymore. He looks so dumb surfing in the sky like a knockoff version of Silver Surfer. This game alludes to a sequel. Well, thank the gods of game development, or just shitty sales, because that sequel never saw the light of fucking day. And what the shit is this thank you for playing Greendog? Was this all a game to Greendog, or is the game thanking me for wasting my time playing? If so, it better thank me for even looking at this garbage cartridge.
Fuck this plastic piece of shit. Watching dry dingleberries hanging off your cat's asshole is more entertaining than this concoction of cock. I'd rather have a narwhal ram its horn up my cornhole than ram this shit in my console. I'd rather have an elephant kickflip off my face than shit on me. Fuck you, Greendog. Time for you to go on a Caribbean vacation. I'm gonna drop this game in real lava. Yes, actual lava. To the Nerdcopter.
Yeah! Now that's real lava, motherfucker! Burn, baby, burn! Yeah!
Let's go back to the past. Far back. I'm talking old school. None of this PS4 bullshit. What's that stand for? Piss on the floor? Well, 5 is out, so I'm a little late on that stupid joke. Well, you know me. I like Atari, ColecoVision, Intellivision, so why haven't I done an episode on the Commodore 64? It is episode 198 after all. Well, I have reviewed some Commodore games in the past, so roll the clips.
I'm at a farm with a dinosaur stepping on a space shuttle. I have no comment.
Yeah, that's another thing about the Commodore. It only works when it feels like it. Well, anyway, the game sucks. Gotta give it the Batman punishment.
Fuck. 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 Fuck! It's enough of this shit.
But let's take a closer look at the system itself. Now, of course, it wasn't just a gaming console, it was a personal computer, one that many remember with great fondness. It was a computer for the masses, not the classes.
Commodore made a whole series of computers, beginning in '77 with the PET. You ever had a PET computer? Well, you can't have a computer for a pet, but you could have a pet for a computer. Next, in 1980, came the VIC-20, which I've actually shown you before.
First exhibit is the count on the VIC-20. And what the fuck is a VIC-20? Well, it's an old Commodore computer from 1980. Thought the Commodore 64 was primitive? Well, check out the VIC-20. Look at that cartridge. That's what you call a game.
The competition was Apple II and Atari 400 and 800, and even the Radio Shack TRS-80. Yeah. They all had better sound and graphics, though the VIC-20 had a slight advantage using composite connections. instead of that RF bullshit. Next, in 82, came the Commodore 64, named after its 64K of RAM, long before the Nintendo 64 would be named after its 64 bits. What makes it interesting is that the games came on multiple formats: cassettes, cartridges, and floppy disks, both the hard floppies and the floppy floppies. Whenever it's hot in here, I just fan myself with the floppy floppies. Or make a house of cards. Or not. The disk drives and hardware were sold separately and had all these different names like the Commodore 1530 data set and the 1541 floppy disk drive. These weren't without their issues, such as the disk getting stuck and needing a butter knife to pry the damn thing out. It even had a printer. Doubt I have any ink, but I do have the perforated paper. Yeah, this was back in the dark ages when printers were unable to shit out a piece of paper without these holes so that the gears can grab onto them and advance the paper through. I distinctly remember printing out happy birthday banners and stuff like that, which would just print across several sheets of paper. It would come out, it would take like an hour, and it would be like, yeah, man, Commodore 64 was crazy. It even had the incredible music keyboard. Yeah, sure is incredible. Then there was this whole programming book. This is how a lot of game programs would get their start here, is with the Commodore, you could actually program your games or even reprogram some of the ones that already exist on there. Yeah. But what's really impressive is how many games were made for the Commodore. It's so many that I've never even found a definitive number. It seems there were maybe 2,000 games, but if you count every commercial software title, including Office applications, the number might have been as much as 10,000. But anyway, take a look at my collection here. So many games. I have Commando, Predator, RoboCop, somebody's tax documents from 1989. Yeah, I got these collections in large groups, so lots of random stuff made its way in. Seeing all these handwritten labels reminds me of the old days when everyone used to copy shit. Same as today, I guess, but only the format has changed. As a kid, copying games was so common, I think I saw handwritten labels more often than their proper labels. Certain games, I don't even know where they came from. It seemed everybody's grandpa or uncle had some poker game that they got from somebody who got it from somebody else. And yes, viruses were a thing back then, but I realized the best solution for a virus is to have a computer that's so shitty, the virus will go, nah. But that's not to say the Commodore 64 didn't have copy protection. The most common method, which I've mentioned in past episodes, was the code cards, where the game won't start before asking you which characters appear in a certain set of columns and rows. But some of them took it a step further by making it an impossible shade of brownish maroon so you couldn't photocopy it, or barely even look at it. Then there's this one. How the hell does this thing work? Man, they got real creative with some of these codes. It's like some kind of covert spy operation. But let's take a step back. When you first power up the machine, you get a command screen. Nothing unusual. In the 80s, that's what you see when you start up a computer. There's no Apple logo with a deafening dong, nothing like that. No, you just see a bunch of words on the screen, you type stuff in, and that makes it go. So if you know the load command, let's all say it together. Load, quote, asterisk, quote, comma, 8, comma, 1. Yeah, that's what you put in. And you have to do it every single time you want to play something. Why do I gotta do that? I'll tell you why. Because it's actually not as random as it seems. The asterisk tells it to load the first file it finds, which should be the first file in the game, but sometimes you actually have to put the name in. The first number specifies the device, 8 for the disk drive and 1 for the cassette, and the last number does some other shit. It loads the game into active memory, but it depends on the game because sometimes that doesn't work and you have to put in run. Yeah, the Commodore was like a secret club. You had to know the password. After you start the game, it's common for it to take ages to load. But it's better than downloading software updates every time you try to start a modern game. Though, in all seriousness, it probably has the longest load time of anything I've ever seen, and sometimes it comes with a trippy display of colors. Whoa! And after that, you get a beautiful title screen, but that doesn't mean the game is working. You might get as far as a menu, but it's very possible nothing else will happen. So then you scramble and try everything you can. Sometimes you gotta hit Enter, F1, or spacebar, or that extinct forgotten key of run, or press the button on the joystick, or press the button on the joystick while it's plugged into port 2, and sometimes none of that works. I've tried every key sometimes, every single key, which is kind of exhausting. It does help when it's plugged in. But anyway, I invented the Commodore 64 keyboard presser. Presses every key. I've even tried using the Commodore Mini. That's right, the Commodore Mini with some select pre-installed games. They work fine, but in order to access the vast library of the Commodore 64, I had to add some ROMs and connect an old keyboard, even utilizing the built-in virtual keyboard for that elusive run button. But still, more than half the time, the games just don't want to start. So what does that mean? Were the games always broken to begin with? Well, now you know why it's taken me 198 times to finally do a Commodore episode. It's not like the NES, where it just starts up, well, most of the time. The NES and future game consoles were like the young children who want to play. You say to the NES, hey, we're playing Clash at Demon Head, and the NES goes, yay! But the Commodore 64 is like some old person. You say, hey, you want to play? And it goes, my fucking back hurts, get out of here. But don't worry, we're definitely playing some games, unlike the Atari 5200 episode. So once you're actually in a game, there's one final threshold to get past. The controls. If nothing happens, it could be the joystick is meant to be plugged into the second port. It could be that it uses the keyboard. It could be that the joystick is disabling every other key. Yes, that's actually happened to me before. When I plug in a joystick, half of the keys stop working. It could be this, it could be that, it could be that there's a gremlin in your house. Back then, there were no standard rules for controlling a game. It wasn't as simple as B and A for jump and attack. It was all just a mystery to figure out. Take this Laurel and Hardy game, for instance. I ran back and forth finding nothing but dead ends. So I'm sure there's something I'm missing, and I've tried. Believe me, I've tried. You know what's perplexing me even more? Is who the hell decided to make a Laurel and Hardy game? I mean, I'm all for it, but you think any kids knew who Laurel and fucking Hardy were? But that's what makes the Commodore so awesome. It seems every franchise, every movie, every game series had a title on Commodore. Big Trouble in Little China had a game on Commodore. That sounds like something a fan would come up with. I can't get over the fact that it was licensed as a real video game and not many people even know about it. Being that it was such a cult film, you don't expect it to get made into a game. It's not that great though. I just move left, just keeps on going, and every once in a while I fight somebody. I don't even know where Kurt Russell is. The Simpsons Arcade. One of the most popular arcade games I've ever seen. Common as dirt at every roller rink and laundromat. Should have been on Super Nintendo or Genesis, but no, Commodore 64, where it looks and plays like shit. Street Fighter, yes, the original Street Fighter was on Commodore. It's barely functional. Mash keys and hope for the best. Well, that was easy. One hit takes down the opponent? I wouldn't even bother trying any special moves, if there are any. The subway background might be one of the ugliest backgrounds I've ever seen. One backdrop says Blockhead for some reason. Blockhead? Like in Gumby? Or Charlie Brown? Oh, and the taunts are the best. Wow, that's such a demoralizing insult. Yeah. But the crazy thing is the Commodore had Street Fighter 2! Yeah, here it is in the box! And if you look at the back, you can see from these screenshots, the graphics are just as good as the arcade. Wow! Now, let's check out the actual game. Holy shit. This is the worst false advertising I've ever seen. They used screenshots from the arcade because they were too embarrassed to show what it really looked like. No, I take it back. They weren't embarrassed. They didn't care. So basically, this is Street Fighter 2 the shit edition Turdo. And no, I didn't expect anything better on an older, out-of-date platform. But why? Why would you even bother putting this on Commodore? And who bought this? Me. There's also a Thundercats game. Wow, dude, a Thundercats game in C64 glory. Lionel looks like a buff Napoleon Dynamite. Glitches aside, I'm sure it must have been really cool seeing one of your favorite cartoons becoming a game, but it's more entertaining to clean up cat vomit. I might even have some right now, and it would be better use of my time than this. Alf. Yes, Alf. There was a goddamn Alf game on Commodore. So let me ask, if it was your job to come up with an idea for an Alf game, what would you do? How about an Alf head floating around the streets? That's it. Great idea. Occasionally there's a cat or another floating head. Who's that supposed to be, Willie? Willie! Ha! This makes the Sega Master System version look awesome. Next, Golden Girls on Commodore. I'm just kidding. Then there's He-Man. Imagine being a kid in the 80s and having a He-Man game on a home computer. Because, hell yeah, it's fucking He-Man! And it actually has the music from the show, even though it eventually turns into a weird droning sound. What's really cool is that enemies killed are tallied by skulls cracked. I've played a lot of games and never seen it called that. But the one thing that truly sucks about this game is that to jump, you have to hit up and diagonal. I can understand up, but up and diagonal? With this, you're guaranteed to fuck up and fall over and over.
Oh, come on, come on! Ah, son of a fuck!
But there's another He-Man game, He-Man Jr. Gotta love the illustration. The only way that drawing would be impressive is if it was done on the LJN video art. It's a top-down view bullet hell shooter, kind of like Akari Warriors. And it goes on as you fight doctors and scrubs and hungry plants from Little Shop of Horrors. Skeletor makes an appearance, so that's cool, I guess. After I killed him, I came to a dead end. I mean, I just killed Skeletor, so maybe I beat the game and they just forgot to program an ending? That's a new one. Then there's Double Dragon. Not as good as the NES or arcade game, obviously, but it works well enough. It's one of the more playable games. Spacebar jumps, so there's actually a jump button, and it responds. Weird thing though, who the hell is wanted for $50,000? Looks like someone from Earthbound. Of course, there's plenty of superhero games on Commodore 64, like The Amazing Spider-Man, but there's nothing amazing about this bag of ass. I don't know if you're in a casino or a closed grocery store at night. Sounds like he farts when he lands on his butt. I like the giant image of Spider-Man over there, just to remind you what game you're playing. With Batman 89, based on the movie, the music is pretty good, but the strange thing here is they programmed a suicide button. If you press down, you die. What's the point? I don't know, I guess you can get stuck sometimes, and in my experience, it seems after you've killed yourself once, Batman will keep dying over and over. So I doubt that's supposed to happen, but it did happen. So there's a game called Mario's Brewery. Okay, a game with Mario drinking beer? Of course I had to play it. But it turns out it's just a Donkey Kong clone and was not licensed by Nintendo. So if you ever wanted to play Donkey Kong, but instead of Donkey Kong being an ape, he's a fermenting tank for beer, then this is the game for you.
Now, of course, I have to play Terminator, because hell yeah, it's one of the greatest sci-fi movies of all time. I gotta see how it is on the Commodore.
The game is called Terminator, but it's just a friggin' space shooter. So I've been fooled. The game just happens to be called Terminator, not based on the movie. I've just been motherfucked. Okay, next we have Cyberdyne Warriors.
Does this one have anything to do with Terminator?
After all, it's named after the company that created Skynet. Or it just happens to be a coincidence. Not related, but the name Cyberdyne was actually used for a Japanese robotics company. Well, that just seems like tempting fate and is fucking terrifying. Anyway, the game is just a generic run-and-gun platformer shooter, but it's not bad. In fact, I'd say it's better than many of the Terminator games I've reviewed. Besides, the music is legitimately awesome. Now we're talking. Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Now this is the real deal.
We know this one's definitely based on the movie, so let's check it out.
Okay.
Commodore 64 is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. You might get like a flashing light show or a loud beeping sound or just a bright white screen that blinds you. Come on, load, you son of a bitch, load. Well, I tried. I wouldn't be able to get this game to load to save my life. Just a blank white screen. But maybe that's Judgment Day. Maybe the nuke exploded, and that's it. So I made my point. Every franchise ever was on Commodore. But the real treasure lies in all the games that you never even would have thought existed. Things that you couldn't even imagine. So now, let's dig into some games that are 100% weird.
How about Apple Cider Spider, where you're a frog hopping through an apple cider factory while avoiding spiders? Or Bouncing Heads, where you're going around collecting lips? Or a game called Get Off My Garden. You're an R2-D2 watering can defending your garden from croquet balls and teddy bears. Yeah, get off my lawn, you fuckers! But I bet this game holds the distinction of being the only game to have a game over screen that says, diddums. Then there's a game called Cockin', the one with the really weird cover art that I talked about before. You play as a rooster going around a hen house avoiding porcupines. But the best part is when the hen bashes you over the head. Another one with some pretty crazy cover art is Gianna Sisters. But the game itself, wow, does that look familiar at all? Despite being a Mario ripoff, it went on to become a popular series. Okay, here's one called Sex Games. Wow, sex games. Funny to think this would exist back in the early days of video games. They had their priorities.
Now, I don't think I could show this one, but it's kind of like those adult Atari games, except this one's a little more detailed. But the real funny thing is, to control what's happening here, you have to shake the joystick like this, up and down really fast. That's what you do. Just make sure to grab the right one.
Then there's a game called Thing on a Spring. What is that thing on a spring? Now, if you were a thing on a spring, you'd think you'd be real good at jumping, right? But no, the jumping sucks. So anyway, you're just helplessly hopping around, avoiding pig heads and getting punished by everything in sight. And when you get a game over, it really lets you know. In your face! Then there's Revenge of the Mutant Camels. You're a camel jumping around shitting out baby camels. To be honest, I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to be doing, but damn, this is awesome. There's even a face designing program called FaceMaker. Not quite as advanced as Nintendo's Mii Maker. Then there's Dancing Monster.
What the fuck?
Next up, Street Hassle. Okay, this is one of the best games I've ever played. What is this? So you're a wrestler, and I guess this is what he does on his day off. Walk around the streets and fuck people up. They don't even look like intimidating enemies. They're just random bypassers. But then, all of a sudden, there's a gorilla! There's a gorilla! I mean, that's what you call a fucking game. A wrestler on the streets fighting gorillas. That's all you need. And I love the headbutt. There's something about the way he grabs them and leans into it. Yeah! Fuck. Oh, and that devastating sound effect. Like the force of his skull bashing into them sends a fucking shockwave through the city. And that bouncing cartoon sound when he jumps. Oh, man. And he can also squat and go, here, doggy, here, doggy. Here, doggy, here, doggy.
Wow. Thumbs up on Street Hassle.
Then there's Netherworld, where you're, I don't know, a space station like Deep Space Nine floating around blasting at space dragons. But the reason I point this game out is because of the music. Check this out.
I mean, it sounds a little fuzzy, but for an early video game, it's one of the most ambitious scores I've ever heard, and a testament to what the Commodore was capable of.
Next is Bozo's Night Out. In this game, I kid you not, you play as a drunk guy trying to get home from the bar. You have to avoid random people on the streets, and anything you touch, you end up in the hospital and start over. So does he go straight from the hospital to the bar again? Damn! You can even wander into the garden where there's a bunch of Muppet monsters. And if you eat a mushroom, you go on a crazy trip. Holy shit. One of the most complicated games is Everyone's a Wally. It's very innovative for its time because you switch between multiple characters, each with their own specialties such as plumber, electrician, etc. But as you switch, the other characters who you're not playing as are still walking around through very simple AI. So each player has to complete a job, and ultimately, together, they all have to open a safe to collect their wages.
Wow. Imagine if to get paid for your job, you had to steal your own pay by breaking into the fucking safe.
Along the way, you go into a post office and stamps attack you. You go into a bakery and bread attacks you. That's the type of world these games operate in.
It would be like if I walk into the nerd room and all my games are flying around, smacking me in the face. Oh!
So anyway, just walking around, going to a phone booth, and then...
Oh shit, it's a space shooter now!
Yes, the game just switched genres. Now I'm a spaceship shooting at lightning bolts in space. And then I come out of a different phone booth. So it's basically a teleportation unit with a space shooter inside. And then I fall into a basement. Oh my god, shark, 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 shark! And then I'm dead.
Well, I've saved the best for last. From what I've seen, in my opinion, this is the best game, the crowning achievement on the Commodore 64.
Lazy Jones. The premise is you're a hotel employee who wants to escape from his work and play video games. It's simple. All you do is walk around, avoiding running into people, and visit every room. In the rooms are giant TVs with a video game. So this might be the first time in history, that I'm aware of at least, where you play a video game inside of a video game. That was a pretty revolutionary concept for its day. And that's the whole idea of Lazy Jones. It's just a bunch of mini games, and you never know what you're gonna get. It might be a ship shooting at spinning squares, or stopping carnival gravitrons from landing on Earth, or shooting lint and meatball asteroids, or volleying doggy bones, or fighting ostriches, or trying to cross a street like Human Frogger, or breaking blocks while controlling the copyright symbol.
Have you ever played a game where you're the copyright symbol? That's the best video game character. Not Samus from Metroid or Simon Belmont from Castlevania. The copyright symbol from Lazy Jones. Let's see some cosplay on that.
Then there's this one. Oh, my turkey's on the conveyor! Stab him with the fork! Turkey's falling in the garbage can! Get the turkeys! Get the turkeys! Get the turkeys!
Get the turkey! Get the turkey! Get the turkey! The fork's in the turkey! Fork in the turkey!
Watch the phone! Watch the phone! Ah, those fucking phones! Always stopping me from getting my turkey before it falls in the garbage!
It makes no sense. Unless
It's a surreal nightmare inspired by cooking a turkey, but the phone call distracts you and ruins the turkey, hence the reason why the phones are stopping you. No.
Even though the mini-games are so bizarre, it's still cool because you never get bored. With all this variety, it's like playing 10 games in one. It keeps you guessing what the hell you're going to see next. It's the type of whacked-out lunacy that could only happen in the 80s. I especially love the character himself, Lazy Jones, a guy who doesn't have a care in the world. I like his nonchalant, bouncy walk, and for some reason, it goes so perfectly with the music. Check that out. It's that playful repetition with a slight mischievous mood, like he's up to something. And if that weren't enough, you can actually go to the toilet, and when Lazy Jones pisses, it sounds like lasers.
Wow! So there you go. I finally got to play a bunch of Commodore games. Been wanting to do this for a long time. And as you can see, it's a goldmine, has so much more to explore.
The Commodore 64 has a special place in our hearts. It made it through the video game crash. It was a cheaper, affordable computer, making it the underdog of the competition. And it challenged and perplexed young gamers, many who went on to become programmers themselves. And to this day, it has a loving, nerdy cult following. It's the Commodore Club, where the password is load, quote, asterisk, quote, comma, 8, comma, 1.
But we're not done yet. We still have a few more Commodore games we want to talk about, certain horror-themed ones. And since we're heading into that time of year where my room suddenly goes darker for whatever reason and it gets spooky, so it only makes sense. So light up those jack-o'-lanterns and tune in next time.
You like to play shitty games? No.
No good piece of... How about that? It's been 15 years since our very first Halloween special, Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street. And in all those years since, one of the more interesting things that have come along to celebrate those shitty games were the NECA figures. They're action figures, but not from the movies, the NES versions.
Look at that. Jason's purple, just like in the game, which further begs the question. Why was he purple to begin with? What were they thinking? Might as well have Grimace in a hockey mask. They even have the infamous death screen on there. You and your friends are dead. Game over. And Freddy, as you can see, is in the same obnoxious neon orange. Very scary. And it has the classic Freddy trademark, is dead.
Well, anyway, we have some games to look at. Did you know there existed a Freddy and Jason game on the Commodore 64? Yeah, if you thought the NES versions were bad, wait till you see these. But first, I want to show you some other horror games on the Commodore 64, like Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho. I can't believe a game like this existed. Let's see if I can get it to load.
I've waited all these years, locked in this hellhole with your stupid ass. That nerd, he had forgotten about our shitty games. And being forgotten is a bitch. But now, when he remembers the fear, that will give us power. That's our ticket back to the real world. And we'll make that nerd pay for what he's done to us.
Well, Psycho is pretty disappointing.
Not because it's one of those keyboard command search-based games, which I suck at, but because it has very little to do with the movie. You're a detective in a stereotypical Sherlock Holmes outfit, I presume, searching the Bates Motel for stolen jewels. In the attic, you do encounter Norman and his dead mother, but that's about the extent of it. How about Ghostbusters? Remember how much the NES version sucked? Driving around, running out of gas, collecting money to buy equipment when it should have just been about zapping ghosts? Well, the Commodore 64 version takes it a step further. As soon as you start the game, you're assaulted with this boring wall of text. You have to buy the car? Shouldn't you just start with the Ecto-1? Which one is it? I'm no car expert, so I picked the first one, and I end up with Herbie the Love Bug. Well, fuck this shit. So I tried a game called Slimer. Yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. Food's flying everywhere. Eat it. I don't even know if this game was officially based on Ghostbusters, or it just so happened to feature a green floating glob called Slimer. But at least it's somewhat of a game. Next up, Evil Dead. Yes, an Evil Dead game on Commodore 64. You have to use a lot of imagination here. I think this is Ash, the Bruce Campbell character, or it's the top of a runaway sink. I don't know. This is the cabin. There's the fireplace. And this thing, oh, it's one of those swinging porch chairs. Wow. They tried. The object is to defeat all the Deadites. You can pick up weapons, but when you attack, your arms are invisible. Am I hitting him, or is he hitting me? You can even close doors and windows to stop them from entering. And when you die, the screen bugs out. Groovy. Well, that exists. I guess let's try the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Come on, nerd. Play our games. Do it now.
Well, it's Rocky Horror. It doesn't matter what I say about it. It's just the fact it exists. You take control of Brad or Janet, arriving at the castle and meeting all the wild characters. If you're familiar with the cult film, you'll enjoy the fact that it has the time warp music. That alone makes it worth it. To serve up another spooky treat, we have The Munsters, based on the Monster sitcom. You might be wondering what the plot of a Munsters game could possibly be. Well, it's based on the episode where Lily Munster's busy running around the house shooting glowing orbs at zombies and floating skull bats. That was a good one. But hey, it's playable, and the whole time I'm sitting here with a smile thinking, I'm playing The Munsters. It even has the music. That always counts for something. Were there any Gremlins games on Commodore? Well, take your pick. There's Gremlins the Adventure, which is one of those guess which word to type in kind of games. At least the graphics are cool, that they tried their best to depict scenes from the movie. The other Gremlins game I came across is action-based. You take control of Billy, I presume, hacking up gremlins with his sword. Yeah, well, there is a sword in one scene of the film, but damn, maybe Billy should have kept that sword throughout the rest of the movie. Maybe then he wouldn't have been such a wuss. His mom, on the other hand, was badass. She killed almost every gremlin in that house. I think if you make a Gremlins game, she should be the main character. But forget about the movie-based games. What you want is stuff like this. Soulless. You're some motherfucking monster going around in a goddamn dungeon, laying waste to inferior monsters. The backgrounds are surprisingly detailed, with horned demon heads and shit. This is metal. But the jumping kind of sucks. What can you do? Next up is Chiller. At first, I thought it was going to be based on that ultra-gory crosshair shooter arcade, the one that got a tamed-down, crappy port on NES. But this game is totally different. You're hopping around this garbled mess collecting tombstones. When you get them all, you advance to the next level, which is a movie theater, and on the screen is the level you were just playing. So you were just inside a movie. That is a video game twist I've never seen, back in the days of Commodore at least. Very innovative. But you haven't seen anything until you've seen Weird Dreams. You want to know about this guy's weird dream? He was in some kind of machine. He jumped and then got transported to a carnival where a giant bee came and grabbed him by the crotch. By the crotch! And then he woke up in some kind of hospital with creepy people looking over him. Whoa. That is genuinely scary. I wish I could get more of this game to work, but it keeps on glitching. Well, let's move on to the big one. Friday the 13th, the computer game. It says on the back of the box, before playing the game, make sure that you close and lock all doors, windows, and curtains, turn off all lights, use a candle if necessary, make sure Granny isn't in the room, and set the computer volume at maximum. Well, that's a bit of extra work. But hey, it'll help me kill some time while the game loads. Why is there always lightning in my room? Anyway, I'll be right back.
You're free, Jason, but don't kill him yet. Wait for me.
All right, I'm all set. I did everything the box said. I just got to turn the volume up here. Or not. Well, they certainly put a lot of effort into creating a whole cast of characters who you'll never care about. They even went through the trouble of giving each of them bios. And as far as I remember, none of them were from the movies. In the manual, it even has photos, like some kind of yearbook. Who are these people? The game designers, maybe? Daryl Peters, called Dip by his friends. Daryl doesn't take life seriously and just wants a laugh. As you can see, the graphics are nothing much to applaud or complain about. The floors are gray, the ground is gray, everything is just as bland as ever, but at least there's a lot to explore. Yeah, Camp Crystal Lake has cemeteries, barns, churches, pretty much everything except a lake. Well, that was random and scary. The goal is to stop Jason from killing all the camp counselors, which he can do off-screen, and each time one of them's killed, they change to a gravestone. So you're supposed to lure the counselors away from Jason. If you grab a cross and put it in a room, that room becomes the sanctuary, so if you lead the counselors there, they're safe. What kind of sense does that make? Jason's scared of a cross now? Like Dracula? No, Jason would see that cross and all he'd think is it's something else he could use to stab people with.
I can't wait to be stabbing you, nerd! Hurry up and play my game!
But this game does not lack weapons. This campground has axes, pitchforks, and spears just laying all over the place. You can pick one up at a time. I don't know if it even matters which one you pick. I'd pick the shovel, not the pick, because the shovel's my pick.
You don't want to pick the pick because the pick is a pick and the shovel isn't a pick. If you pick the shovel isn't a pick. Now you've got it.
So I have a weapon. I still haven't seen Jason anywhere. So I got restless, and I started killing random people. That is the most high-pitched, blood-curdling scream I have ever heard in a game. That'll perk your pets up, wake your neighbors. If you turn that up loud, it'll destroy your senses. But damn, let's hear that again. Yeah, again. Oh my god, it's like, ah! Oh man, that is amazing! That is the best scream of any game ever!
I'm gonna make you scream!
It's addicting. It's like your reward for murdering. Anytime you do it, you get to hear that hilarious shriek. I also love how the bodies stay on the ground, and if you return to the site, the game remembers to keep the body there. Wow, I think I found the true goal of this game. Kill all the counselors before Jason does. Challenge his body count. See who's the real slasher king of Camp Crystal Lake. Where is Jason anyway? You're not gonna believe this. Is Jason purple or pink, polka dotted? No, it's nothing like that. It's nothing you could even make up. Check this out. Jason is dead. Did you miss it? I killed Jason. Look again. That is Jason. All along, he's been disguised as one of the counselors. Oh, dude. How do I handle this one? This begs so many questions. First of all, how is that supposed to be Jason? He looks just like a normal guy. Oh, but he's wearing black clothing, so that makes him Jason. Where's the hockey mask? Even the back of the box mentions the mask, and it's on the damn cover. But why isn't he wearing it? I guess because he couldn't fit it under his rubber face disguise. And why is his real face so normal? You ever seen what Jason's real face looks like in the movies? It's quite distinct. How does Jason disguise himself? Especially when it's a girl. Does he put on a wig and a bathing suit? Oh, that would have been a great scene.
maybe it's based on the first movie when Jason wasn't the killer. Or maybe it's not Jason Voorhees. It's some other guy that just happened to be named Jason. Or maybe the game is just called Friday the 13th, but it's unrelated, kind of like that TV show that nobody cared about. Or maybe, just maybe, the game fucking sucks. The funniest thing about this is that the best strategy to find out which of the counselors is Jason is to kill first and ask questions later. And it works! Just kill everyone in sight. Sooner or later, you'll get them. The game rewards you for such an extreme rash decision. Now, that should be a movie plot. The counselor kills everyone on the assumption they could be Jason, and thus becomes an even worse killer than Jason. What a twist. This is the least accurate movie-to-game adaptation I have ever seen. This couldn't be any less faithful to the films if the soundtrack had Old MacDonald Had a Farm. Let me tell you something. Maybe you laughed at that comment about the soundtrack having Old MacDonald Had a Farm, or maybe you only got a minor chuckle out of it, or maybe you felt indifferent about it. But one thing's for sure, you're certain that I'm joking. That would be a very rational way of thinking. But the strange thing is, I'm not joking. I am dead fucking serious. What I have heard with my own ears is a Friday the 13th game that has Old MacDonald at a fucking farm!
Jason Voorhees had a farm. And on that farm he killed a guy. With a here and a here. Jason Voorhees had a farm. Are you gonna sing Old MacDonald, or are you gonna play my game, bitch?
Now that's the perfect score to go along with people getting murdered over assumptions that they're an immortal serial killer. That should have been in the movies.
Old MacDonald is one of several unlikely songs to be featured in this game. There's the Wedding March, for example. But things get weirder. Check out the manual.
Variety is the word here. Friday the 13th, the computer game, has snatches of music familiar to everyone. Try to name them all.
So it's a name that tune game? On top of being a slasher villain game? I'm genuinely perplexed. In that way, you could put whatever random bullshit you want in anything. That'd be like if I scattered random lol dolls all over the episode for no reason, just to be completely random, just to say later, hey, did you catch all 5? And yeah, I call them lol dolls. Lol dolls. Wow! That is a bleeding severed head with a machete planted in it, in a 1986 video game. That is absolutely stunning. Okay, this game rules, and the manual is a gold mine.
The 2 blood capsules included free with this package are non-toxic and contain red sugar, which forms simulated blood when placed in the mouth.
This game included blood capsules? Where are they? Where? Oh, I guess somebody already used them back in '86. Man, this game keeps getting more and more interesting.
You're not gonna need blood capsules when I get there. How long is this review gonna be?
Win a color monitor? All you have to do to win your Eureka monitor is to listen to the 10 sound effects recorded on your Friday the 13th tape after the computer game?
There's audio on this cassette?
Welcome to the Friday the 13th Horror Sound Effect Competition. You can win a Eureka monitor, which will touch of
Write the number of each sound in the box opposite the most appropriate description. Finally, imagine what it would be like to own your own software house and decide what name you would give it. 5 entrants with the most dynamic and descriptive names will receive the prizes.
Shithouse Productions.
Anyway, I spent way too much time here, so let's move on to Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yes! Now you're playing with power!
You start this thing up, and right away, you got the cast of characters. Actual characters from Part 3. So, this game is based on the Dream Warriors, sort of like the NES version. You start off from a bird's eye view as this little tiny white figure. I feel like I've seen this same pixelated character in other old video games. I bet if you had 20 of these little guys, it could be an old football game or something. The goal here is that you're looking for Freddy's house, just to see if he's home, I guess, and he happens to live in one of the most confusing housing developments. Probably has courts and lanes and Unit A1, B2.
Oh, Freddy's ready already. He's rock steady when he's in the Serengeti. He's chopping off your heady with machete.
He's massive. If I was walking around the neighborhood and this giant dude comes at me, I'd be like, I'm done. Just get me. So I find Freddy's house, and it just looks like any other ordinary house on the block. Then I get a message saying that I've done well, but I now must seek my friends. You'd never know it, but looking at the manual, it's supposed to be Amanda Kruger, Freddy's mom, talking to you. Now, all of a sudden, your character starts to look more like a fleshed-out human being. The interior of Freddy's house is a maze of purple walls, and level 3 is like you're walking around giant slabs of green jello. All throughout the game, you encounter stock enemies like skeletons and ghosts. Yep, we're in another edition of Boo Haunted House. There's hardly any sound in this game. You do get to hear the Freddy music at the start of each level. But during the gameplay, it's dead silent, except for a few sound effects here and there. It even tells you what it is you're supposed to be hearing. You hear Kristen screaming in agony in the distance? Geez, you couldn't actually have a scream? Like in Friday the 13th? You collect weapons and items because, hey, isn't that what all video games were about? You run around picking up junk? Yeah, that's what the 80s were all about. As kids, we were always carrying around a baseball bat, a magnet, some keys, holy water, magic dagger, you know. Somewhere you can get a gun, but what would a gun do against an immortal, soul-stealing killer who invades your dreams? Well, I think we're in the dream already, so maybe it's a dream gun. When you collect ammo, it says bullets taken. The terminology just doesn't seem right. Saying I took a bullet carries a much more serious implication. That'd be like if you were on a plane and the pilot said, "We're going down," but he meant to say, "We're making our descent." You can even get coffee cups, and as the game says, the coffee restores your soul. That's how I feel about coffee. We need a shirt of that. I bet you've seen all these coffee shirts that are out there. Some are mildly amusing, while others are straight up stupid. But they all share one thing. They express a love of coffee. Well, how about one from the Commodore 64 Nightmare on Elm Street that says, "Use coffee to restore your soul." Some parts you have to pull a lever, but you'll barely notice it amongst all these cracks in the wall. Alright, kill the ghost. Oh wait, what just happened? A fatal disk error has occurred. Well, there's not much else to see in this game, but the manual has a tech support number. I think I'll call it.
Nightmare on Elm Street tech support. What's your issue?
I'm having a problem with my Commodore freezing up.
Okay, I'm happy to help. I just need a little more information. Do you want a slow death or eternal life in hell? Ha ha! Ha ha! Time to experience a fatal error, nerd! I'm gonna chop you to kilobits! Ha 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 ha! Ha ha ha! Free, you bastard!
Yeah.
No! No! Oh! Oh! No!
Yeah. Oh, fuck. What were they thinking? I'm dead fucking serious. Fuck! How can I do this? How can I live up to the massive duty that has fallen upon me? My destiny has emerged, and the ultimate reckoning has drawn near. I must not fail. I must look the demon in the face! Not you, you piece of shit! I'm talking this. This piece of paper is what will propel me into my final encounter with my arch nemesis, the unholy of asses, the shit from the pit, the nightmare in 6 colors, the rainbow of death, the laughing, joking numbnuts, LJN! I'm about to embark on a mission to come to terms with LJN once and for all. As you can see here on my wall of LJN kills, I've already eliminated several of these foul, catastrophic fuck nuggets. But now's the time to take care of the rest. And this document here was sent to me from LJN. They're still around? Well, not exactly. It's complicated. So before I tell you what's at stake here, let's go into a little background.
First of all, who are and who were LJN? We all know their distinct brand of games, the same way you'd recognize the specific smell of your dog's farts. You take one ghastly whiff and you know exactly where it came from your dog's anus. But LJN was like the master of disguise. As a kid, when I rented these games from the video store, say Back to the Future or Roger Rabbit, nothing seemed immediately wrong. The graphics usually seemed nice, and they all had a playability factor. But the further you'd go, the worse it would get. Like in the final stage of Back to the Future, when you're driving the DeLorean, if you lose, you start back at the beginning of the game, no matter how many continues you have. What bullshit. The NES library had plenty worse games by other publishers, so LJN was definitely not the bottom of the turd totem pole, but that made their crimes even more detestable, because they tricked you into thinking the games were good, especially when so many of them were based on well-known franchises. With other shitty games, you wouldn't waste as much of your time. You'd realize it's shitty right away and turn it off. But LJN had that sneaky style to rope you in. But even though they had a distinct brand, their games were actually made by several different development companies, so LJN was only a publisher. In a sense, they were the colon and the developers were the anus. The companies, just to name a few, were Beam Software, Atlas, and the one that developed perhaps the worst one, Bill and Ted, was called Rocket Science. Wow, damn, I'm glad they didn't actually go into rocket science. The one that's the most shocking to know of is Rare, who made Beetlejuice, Nightmare on Elm Street, and a few others. They're probably better known for non-LJN games like Battletoads, and would eventually have a partnership with Nintendo on Killer Instinct and Donkey Kong Country. I would have never guessed such awesome games came from a company that had anything to do with LJN. So even though LJN was the publisher, their games are still called LJN games, in the same way that the 2014 Ninja Turtles movie was called a Michael Bay movie, even though he produced it and did not direct. But to answer the question, who exactly were LJN, we'd have to trace it all the way back to its founder, a guy named Jack Friedman. He started LJN as a toy company in 1970, and I've heard he named it after his employer, Norman J. Lewis, reversing his initials to LJN. That was until it officially became Laughing Joking Numbnuts. At first, LJN only made toys before branching into video games. In the 80s, I remember playing these toys, like the wrestling figures. So I had nothing but positive memories there. Guess they should have stuck with toys. So anyway, in 85, MCA bought LJN, but then in 90 sold it to Acclaim, who in 95 dissolved LJN, even though they used the name once again in 2000. As for Jack Friedman, in 90 he formed Toy Headquarters, THQ, eventually leaving and forming Jack's Pacific. And sad to say, Jack passed away in 2010. Rest in peace. So basically, the rights to LJN have been all over the place and lately have existed in sort of a phantom limbo. But this document from the current owners certifies me as the sole inheritance of the name LJN. How could this happen to me? With great power comes great responsibility, and with me as the head of LJN, I will undo the wrongs of the past and prove that there is gold at the end of this rainbow. I will be remaking the LJN game library, starting with Back to the Future, using the same limitations they had back then, except this time it'll be done right. So, let me introduce to you my game designer, Sam. How you doing, Sam?
Hey nerd, I'm doing great. I'm really excited to be working on this. What are you calling me from?
It's Commodore 64.
How is that even... It's not important. Listen, Universal have a strict deadline on this, so it has to be ready in time for the Christmas shopping season.
So, the actors' likenesses, the music, do we have, everything signed off?
Yeah, working on it, but it's almost there.
So we want this to be more of a fun action experience, racing around on a skateboard, lots of enemies, characters from the movies.
Sounds good. I'll get to work and report back soon.
Thanks, Sam. That new game is going to be good. Better be. While he's working on that, I'm going to get down to business and review the rest of the LJN library. It's like cleaning the cat piss stain on the back of the litter box. One of these days, you're just going to have to do it. But how many games are we talking about here?
The LJN stamp appeared primarily on 3 consoles, the NES, Game Boy, and Super Nintendo, with a few lone poop nuggets.
For reviewing purposes, I'll be grouping them into categories: movie-based games, sports games, Marvel games, wrestling games, and miscellaneous. In total, I've counted 67 games to the best of my research, including one game console, the LJN Video Art, which thankfully I've already covered. The joystick moves the cursor about. To draw, or should I say to scribble around like a blind golden lion tamarin on speed, you hold down the button. And when you're pressing down and rocking the joystick around like this, it squeaks. That's awful! Yeah, that thing sucked. But anyway, the criteria is that every game must have the LJN logo on the box or the cartridge, with the exception of 2 that only have LJN on the copyright screen. These are just going to be samplings. Every LJN game will be shown, and after I've finally acknowledged them all, I can move on with my life. First, let's talk about the movie-based games. Now, fortunately, I've already covered most of them. Memories. Cue mandatory milestone episode number flashback sequence. Well, let me be honest with you about this one. Ooh boy, I hate this game. And if you touch an enemy, you fly in the opposite direction. You can't get close enough to really attack anybody. So every time you get hit near a pit, you're basically dead.
Now this is kind of fun though, you get to punch people. Yeah. The only thing that's really annoying is that it takes so long to charge that punch. You know what? It isn't fun. It just isn't at all. It's just a pain in the fucking ass. What are those guys doing with that window anyway? And why are those giant bees always coming out? Give me a break. And what the fuck is Marty doing when he gets killed? It looks like he's having some kind of seizure. I mean, I guess I'd have a seizure too if there were bees and hula hoop girls and all this weird shit coming at me. I mean, just leave me alone. I'm trying to collect clocks. In this timeline, when Biff brought the Sports Almanac to 1955, it somehow created a world full of piranha plants, killer clouds, and evil Martys. You're supposed to collect 30 items and bring them all back to their rightful places and times. You find the items behind locked doors. To unlock the doors, you need to find the keys, which are found by killing random enemies. But the keys don't sit still. They fly off the screen the second they appear.
Love the way the stones keep missing the zombies because they go in this nice arc that flies over them. I love how smooth the camera angles are. The overall design, the AstroTurf floors, just ingenious. That's the best game over screen I ever saw. That's brilliant, right? You and your friends are dead. Game over. But here comes a game like Friday the 13th that just cuts the bullshit, shows some balls, comes flat out and says, you're fucking dead. And your friends too. Beautiful. You're dead, your friends are dead, your family's dead, your fucking pets are being skinned alive, your mom's a fucking whore, you suck at life, the whole world hates you, you're going to hell, live with it. Game over. So you play as some dude who has some serious balls because he punches snakes right in the fucking face. Punch him! Smack him around! Assholes! Goddamn fucking spiders! Spiders! Punch him! Snakes! You want some too? Could the villains be any more stock? Like, we had this creepy game about Freddy. What kind of creepy characters could we add? Well, how about bats, ghosts, spiders, skeletons, and Frankensteins for the kiddies? Could it be any more uncreative than that? Like, why don't they just add some witches, black cats, and flying jack-o'-lanterns? They should have just called the game Boo, Haunted House.
All you're doing here is killing time until the game decides you can go back to the boat. Then you can sail around again until you hit something else. It's sort of like RPG style, where you run into battles at random. But here, it's always the same undersea scenario. Nothing changes. The whole thing is just powering up so you can fight Jaws. That's all there is to the game. What a waste of time. So, we're throwing bombs on jellyfish. Seriously? Then you come to the boss. Now, who is this guy? He's taller than you, and aren't you supposed to be the Terminator? Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger? But trying to shoot the truck and pay attention to all the other stuff at the same time is really frustrating. Okay, well, what was the point? Why couldn't you just collect the bombs and put them where they go? I can only imagine what they were thinking. Duh, you put these bombs in this thing? Alright, what next? How about you take them back out and you put them somewhere else? It's treating us like a fucking dog. Go get the ball, bring it back, go get it again. Fucking dickwads. Next we have Terminator 2 on Game Boy. The first stage seems simple enough until you reach the laser barrier at the end. So naturally you walk back to the left trying to figure out what to do. Then you find out you can shoot these towers. So I take them all down and still we have a barrier. Turns out you gotta shoot the towers in order from tallest to shortest. What a load of random bullshit. At the end of the second stage you have to reprogram the Terminator. Okay, is this how John Connor did it? I never thought this part of the story would make it into the game. Basically, you have to mend the wires together so the electric currents go the right way. But you have a time limit, and it always seems to end right when you start to figure out what you're doing. You can't even pause the game to look at it because the screen goes blank. What is that good for? It's like he's a marionette or he's being hanged by an invisible rope. Like, holy lord, that is some fuck right there. Look at him go! Woo, woo, woo! Oh man, a head-on collision with a truck and a motorcycle, and the truck explodes. This is the absolute worst driving stage I have ever played. Just wow, it takes the cake. Gameplay is just as mindless as ever. Move the cursor around the screen and shoot everything in sight. Fighting the boss is the most redundant thing of all. It takes more bullets than anything you'll ever see. All you do is shoot, shoot, shoot. Oh, but there was also Terminator 2 Arcade on Game Boy, which I said very little about. But that's because there's nothing to say. Look at it. If I heard that, I'd think it was an Atari game. What's the point of taking an arcade and watering it down to Game Boy? I guess you can take it on the school bus, to the mall, to the arcade. Then there's Beetlejuice on NES.
So, how does Beetlejuice hold up? let's turn on the juice and see what shakes loose. Damn! Ah! Fuck! Shit! Nope, not fun. Game sucks. That's all you need to know. Say that to someone in a sentence. To get a cloud to move, I had to get a skeleton to shoot a fireball at a beehive. When did that ever happen in the movie? And we're talking about a movie that's batshit insane.
But I didn't talk about Beetlejuice on Game Boy, based on the cartoon. Uh-oh, the ghost got in the washing machine. They're fucking shit up. Gotta fight the clothes and the sheet ghost, which is, a sheet with a ghost inside. So that's the main goal. You have to fight all the ghosts, which is the opposite of what Beetlejuice normally does. Doesn't he haunt a house, not unhaunt it? What next? Are the Ghostbusters the ones letting the ghosts in? There's a bunch of crappy mini-games. Here the idea is, who can make the freakiest face by tapping directions on the D-pad? That's a new one. Then there's a game where you connect pipes. Wow, does this look like fun? No, it isn't. Even Mario and Luigi, who were plumbers, never had to bother with this type of shit. But the worst is the stairs. At random, they'll flatten and send you sliding back down. Motherfuckers. And it keeps happening over and over, with no pattern or predictability. You fuck!
You think they overthought this a little? How about just a cutscene showing the phone booth spiraling into a time warp? You have to hit one of the pink skulls. One of them takes your coins, the other one makes the last digit appear. So it's a 50% chance you'll get the right one. That is some supreme bullshit. How do you find this bait? You want to know? Guess what? By jumping into things. You want to play in Bill and Ted game? Well, here you go. Go jumping around in the fucking bushes and fences. That'll keep you busy. Have fun.
But if you want more fun, you should try out Bill and Ted on Game Boy. Even though I'm trying to be sarcastic, it actually is more fun, though very basic. It's sort of an old school arcade style thing where you just go around collecting orbs and dodging a bunch of Abe Lincolns. There's almost nothing to say, but in this case, that's a good thing. Because this is such a sharp contrast to the NES version. I can't think of any other example where a Game Boy version is far superior. Another game I already did was Alien 3 on NES.
You can never predict when the aliens are going to pop out. It requires split-second reaction time. I don't know, Thing from Addams Family dragging a dildo? Just another addition in this game's museum of anomalies. Ripley's Believe It or Go Fuck Yourself.
But wait, there's more. Alien 3 on Game Boy turns Ripley into a stick figure, or maybe it's an alien, I don't know. So all I did in this game was walk around like an idiot. There's ladders everywhere, but you can't go up any. Found some alien eggs, touched them, and died. Lots of people walking around, can't talk to them or anything, no hints, no direction, no map. This belongs to a certain genre, strategy guide seller games. But Alien 3 fared a little better on the Super Nintendo. The graphics are good, the music is tense, and the control is smooth. You have a variety of weapons. You can select different missions like save prisoners or destroy alien eggs. Though the enemies come a little too often and I wish there was a map. Something like Super Metroid would have helped. There's a blueprint system that you find on the terminals on the wall, but anytime you're lost you have to make it back over there. Kind of like stopping at a gas station before GPS was invented. The best part is the game over voice.
Game over, man!
Which was from Aliens, not Alien 3, but who cares? Well, here's one that I missed in my Arnold Schwarzenegger Games episode, True Lies. It's one of my favorites of his, not just for the action, but also the humor. The game retains some of that humor, like when you shoot an innocent civilian, your assistant, the Tom Arnold character, gives you shit about it. Also, when you die, he says things like, "You only have one life left," as if he's witnessing you die and resurrect. But wait, what do you do when a civilian's blocking the path?
He won't move!
But when you fail, this happens. Now that's what you call a game over. It really does emphasize the magnitude of the defeat.
Boom! You lost, motherfucker!
Unfortunately, the game is very monotonous. Even though the scenery changes from the mansion, the mall, the park, it's all the same top-down, run around and shoot crap. When you think of the movie, you remember the bathroom fight, the horse on the roof chase, the bridge scene, the Jamie Lee Curtis strip dance. I wonder how that would have worked. It does have the plane finale, but it's just an automatic cutscene. Oh, and of course there had to be a Game Boy version. Here, Arnold looks like a pill from Dr. Mario with a gun. It's the same thing, shoot bad guys, but avoid civilians. And anytime you shoot, you're guaranteed to get shot back. It's better to just walk past them. All in all, it's the same as the Super Nintendo version, just shittier.
You're fired.
LJN even made games based on movies you might not remember, like Warlock. The graphics and animation are pretty nice. The gameplay is basic enough, run to the right, blast everything in sight. It's fine for a bit, till you realize how resilient these enemies are. Stay down, you zombie fuck! Stay down! Then you run into these archers. Die, you fuck bugger! And every time you get hit, you get knocked back half a screen. Look how long it takes to beat this guy. Die! 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 Oh my god, when are they gonna die? When are they gonna die? Oh my god. Then these gargoyles keep coming at me, and they take just as long to kill. Every enemy is like a mini-boss battle. The control is clumsy, you can't attack and move at the same time. When you die, it sends you back to the title screen. Instead of simply continuing, you have to go to Preparations. That brings up a menu with the password option. You enter the password, and then wait through a cutscene with a book. And being a magic wizard and all, I can't see how water kills you. And it's not clear how I'm supposed to make this jump anyway. Hey, I got a magic trick. LJN even made a game based on the '95 swashbuckling adventure Cutthroat Island, which, according to the Guinness World Records as of 2012, was the biggest box office failure of all time. Oh, and then add LJN, it's the perfect storm. So the first level is okay. It's just a dumb beat-em-up game with cartoonish graphics. The animation is good, there's a variety of sword swipes and rolls you can perform. It's not bad, really. Until you get to the next level. Now you're in a wooden cart ramming into enemies. You just mow them all down. Seems simple enough, but if you hit a rock or a tree, you die instantly. There's no death animation. It just fades to black and restarts the stage. So if you blink, you might not even notice what happened. Like when I hit this guy, I had no idea how I lost. But it turns out you need to avoid him. But how the hell was I supposed to know that? You run over everyone else. Why not him? All right, let's check on Sam. Hey, Sam, how's the game coming?
It's pretty good, you know, all things considered. I mean, the NES is a little harder to program for than I expected, but, you know, it's coming together. You can see it. Well, yeah, why don't you try it out for yourself? It's an early build, but I think it's promising.
Quick delivery? All right. Okay, it's a good start. I mean, we need some kind of power-ups here. So can we put Hill Valley in the background there? Have some time travel, get the DeLorean up to 88?
Yeah, we got time.
Maybe have the holographic shark.
Oh, totally, as a boss fight.
Did we get all the actors to sign off yet?
Yeah, well, no, we're working on it. It's almost there.
It's a good start. But yeah, there's a lot left to do.
Well, let's get back to work.
I'll check in on you again soon. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Once again, the mission here is to sample every LJN game. I've already taken care of the movie-based games, but now let's get into the sports games, which is a little bit of a problem for me because I don't know anything about basketball or baseball or football. So first is NBA All-Star Challenge on Super Nintendo. From what I saw on the menu screen, it's only a bunch of one-on-one games. Graphics are good, the reflections on the floor are a nice touch,
But this is no NBA Jam. Not very intuitive, and of course I don't know how to play basketball, but you'd think I'd be able to figure out a video game. Goaltending, blocking, traveling, what the fuck? I suck so much at this, it's embarrassing. I'm making Michael Jordan look bad. Imagine if he was actually being controlled by some shitty video game nerd. Then there's a Game Boy version. What am I supposed to do with this? It's the same game, but even more awkward, with worse graphics. And listen to it. They tried to emulate the sounds of the shoes squeaking on the floor. Well, they tried. The ball dribbling sounds like farting against a sheet of aluminum. But if that weren't enough, the Game Boy game got a sequel, NBA All-Star Challenge 2.
Yeah, an exclusive sequel for the Game Boy. Now, this one's got to be a massive improvement because why else release a second portable game? It's the same thing!
Okay, they added audience in the background. Well, that makes it worth it, because that's what you want. Who wants to play a fucking game with no crowd? That's something I'd buy again, just to have the new special audience background edition. Or they could have just had the crowd in the first game! I was even flipping through the player stats, just to see if anything else changed. If Larry Bird gained a pound or some shit. Oh shit, his PPG average went up.
I want to know that shit. Somebody's weight changes, buy it again. Somebody changes team, buy it again. Somebody's score changes, buy it again. New paint on the court, buy it again. Ah, sports! Ah!
Now we're into baseball games, and there's already been enough baseball games on NES, but LJN has to throw their hat in the ring, or some other baseball pun if I had one. So first there was Major League Baseball on NES. More like major shit.
Whoa. Slow down here. What am I looking at?
The entire screen is just a wall of numbers and shit. Select first batter, okay. Select second batter, okay. Select third batter, fourth batter.
Oh, can't select that one.
So I got up to 8 batters, and now it starts asking me to select pitchers. Look at this. I've never seen more stats and information outside of Dungeons and Dragons.
Man, to be into sports, you gotta be a nerd.
Okay, so when I finally get to the actual game, it's pretty much what you'd expect. It's baseball. Batting, I have no luck. I mean, what exactly is the hitbox in a baseball game? But when I'm pitching, the other team hits almost everything. It's going, it's gone! The crowd goes flashing in colors! Then we come to Roger Clemens' MVP Baseball, which was a trilogy, including an NES, Game Boy, and Super Nintendo version, which is often the case with LJN.
They put the same game on all three, so you'd have the choice of shit light, shit medium, and pure grain ultra shit, which is the Game Boy one.
You take one look at it, there it is. It's baseball. Move on. The NES version is the same thing with better graphics, but the one thing about these games that sets them apart from Major League Baseball is that after the ball is hit, instead of going to an overhead view, it goes to a third-person view, and whenever the switch happens, it's a little disorienting at first. And as far as batting goes, I never got the chance because I started off pitching, and the other team hits everything. So it's like an eternal, never-ending game of baseball, which to me is the very definition of hell. The Super Nintendo version, aside from having better graphics and an impressive opening cutscene, is no better. It's the same game with the same problems. I get confused every time the perspective switches, and I never get a chance to bat. Charlie Brown would have better luck. And I'm not kidding, the other team hits every fucking ball.
Fuck. Mother the fuck! Now it's time for motherfucking football with just plain ass NFL. Not as blunt as football on Atari, but simple just the same. No Madden, no year, none of that shit. As natural as a nature trail. Undiluted, genuine, uncontaminated, straighter to the point than the cone nose of a fresh expelled cat turd. Not named after the amount of yards the field is or the length it takes for your dog to walk to take a shit. Not named after the TV channel or a college or the type of skin on the ball. No Montana, Colorado, ESPN, go fuck yourself. Just plain as perfection, as undisputable as death. 3 letters, up your ass, NFL.
Okay, the game goes on for 2 seconds, and now I'm stuck on some kind of countdown. What's going on here? Anything I press, the referee stops the counter. Delay of game?
I can't believe I'm saying this. But just let me play some fucking football! Have the decency to let me begin my suffering!
So once again, the game starts up for 2 seconds. Who am I? Which team? Where's the ball? And before I have a chance to mentally process anything, I'm back to this damn timer. Of course I know nothing about football, but don't you think I'd at least be able to mess around and figure out something? Next is NFL Quarterback Club on Super Nintendo. Okay, let's see here. Pick the game type. Preseason, new season, who cares? Rookie, whatever. Teams, home or away. Oh, you have to pick weather now?
Pick the weather? How far could you possibly go? Oh, the decisions in life. Should you go to college? Should you get married? Divorced? Should you move into an apartment or a house? Should you have a kid or adopt or have a pet? But then comes a question greater than any in the history of human civilization. A question that concerns the very ground on which we stand. It's the fundamental surface of the warrior's trial, from the ancient colosseums to the arena fields. It's the very vegetation that grows beneath. It's the cycle of life. It's a pivotal decision that will forever alter the course of time. It's humanity's most critical judgment. The fate of all existence depends on it. And now, at this major turning point, as you stand at the burning crossroads under the light of God and ask yourself, what'll it be? Grass or turf? That's a very important decision.
Grass or turf, man? Grass! Okay, so after I picked the grass, the game eventually started for about 2 seconds.
Sir!
Sorry, got a little carried away there. Anyway, the game sucks. Should have picked turf. Then there was NFL Quarterback Club on Game Boy, which was a totally different game where you're running from a side angle through like an obstacle course, and then a view from behind as you throw balls at targets. So if football games weren't enough, you also have football practice games. Then there's NFL Quarterback Club 2, which doesn't even have a 2 on the title screen. Yeah, this was a real headache to sort all this out. And the game, well, it's the same as Super Nintendo.
Let's check on Sam.
Hey, nerd.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's coming along. Try it out.
Okay, what? The clocks? Really? Clocks again?
Time, isn't it?
Okay, we need to change the clocks. We can't have clocks in the game.
Got it. Right, changing the clocks. No clocks.
You didn't get the licensing, did you?
The hoverboard, that we got that, it's pink and yellow.
How are you supposed to control this?
Yeah, so there's like an acceleration, deceleration thing going on there, so it feels kind of like actually hovering on a hoverboard. I'm still working on getting it to be actually playable.
Yeah, playable, that would be something.
Yeah, it'll get there.
The holographic shark, what is going on with it?
Okay, so the NES couldn't actually do like transparencies, so to make something look kind of transparent, you had a frame where you could see it and a frame where you couldn't see it. Couldn't see it, so it like flashes on and off. And if you put it on a really old CRT TV, it kind of looks transparent and you only get a tiny little bit of a headache.
A tiny bit of a headache. Okay, this really needs to get fixed. How much time do we have to finish this again?
Plenty of time. We're good.
All right. Well, that'll get straightened out. Anyway, we already took care of the LJN sports games.
So next, let's check out the LJN Marvel games, which consist of Spider-Man, X-Men, and the Punisher. First up, the Spider-Man games. Luckily, I already covered some of them.
The game's Spider-Man, Return of the Sinister Shit.
There's no, jump kick move. You can't jump and then do an attack.
Well, then don't do that move.
Look, now what's he doing? He's not gonna come up. I can't even tell if I'm hitting him. Do it, damn it. Jump, 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 jump.
It's a piece of shit!
It's a bunch of fucking crap!
Amazing Spider-Man, and believe it or not, the control is even worse.
The punch is delayed a full second later. How do I get up?
Jump!
I am jumping. Look, it won't. Oh my god, I can't. I tried to jump, I swear.
God damn it! It's horrible!
But there's more. The Game Boy version had sequels. Oh yes, here comes Spider-Man 2. I can't blame myself for missing it. It looks similar, but the controls are very different, especially the way the web works. You gotta stick onto things and sort of just swing yourself around.
It's kind of like Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's a good attempt, unlike the first Game Boy game where the web was automatic. Here it's more calculated. Until you run out, now you're on your own. So you go around fighting enemies, climbing walls. It's your usual friendly neighborhood Spider-Man game. What's this, a dead end? Oh, literally a dead end. Well, I'll know next time not to touch the electric fence.
Well, damn. What's next? Spider-Man 3 on Game Boy? Yeah.
Who would have guessed this would be a trilogy? Spider-Man 3, Invasion of the Spider Slayers. Oh boy. When it starts, you're just running around a park beating people up. Then you reach a dead end, at least one that doesn't kill you this time. So you're just running back and forth, taking out enemies until finally an arrow appears at the bottom and lets you leave the stage. Next thing, I'm fighting a xenomorph alien. I mean, it looks exactly like Alien. Then there's some weird boss. Is it a bird? A robot claw? I don't know, but it's the shyest boss in game history. Won't come anywhere inside the screen. So fuck this. Moving on to the Super Nintendo, we have Spider-Man and X-Men in Arcade's Revenge. At first I thought it meant the arcade machine was gonna get revenge, but it's actually the name of the villain. You start out as Spider-Man, and I don't mean to say everything always sounds like farts, but when your spidey senses go off, just listen. The goal is to collect these little things in a specific order, as if just fighting your way to the end of the stage wouldn't have been enough. So the game just started, and already it's an annoying maze. At least there's arrows to tell you where to go. So I'm just gonna follow, wait, which way now?
Left, right, down, up, left, right, left, down, up.
The arrows can't even make up their minds. After you clear the level, you get a character select screen. Each character has their own stage. Wolverine's fighting clowns, Jack-in-the-Boxes with machine guns, and toy soldiers from Wizard of Oz. Storm's level is an underwater stage. I figured she'd be flying, not swimming. And here's Cyclops' stage. What the fuck? The floor's electric? That scream is hilarious, by the way. And look at that silly kick. So to avoid the floor, always make sure to ride the cart. There we go. All good. And if you wanted arcade's revenge on the go, well, here's the Game Boy version. Same game, same old shit. Nothing more to say. Except that wall climbing. Oh man, get up there! Get up there! Damn it! Ah! There was another one on Super Nintendo, just called Spider-Man, though it's based on the animated series. Gotta love that song. It's another action game. It's colorful and appealing at first. Love Spider-Man's walk cycle. Walking like a tough guy. Reminds me of Henry Hawk. You can even punch computers. Make them explode. Yeah, that's how I feel whenever my computer gives me shit. What's this? Am I standing on an NES console? Anyway, you just gotta go around fighting enemies. Seems all fine and dandy till you come to this barricade. Motherfucker. I tried kicking it over and over till finally I managed to knock it down. Persistence and luck. But there is one more LJN Spider-Man game on Super Nintendo that I covered already. Let's end with Spider-Man Maximum Carnage on Super Nintendo. Everyone says I should play this one, as if I haven't already played enough Spider-Man games. Well, it's a beat-em-up game, monotonous, but fun. The controls are responsive, and the hit detection works fine. It can be a little frustrating, but not too bad. And the music is upbeat and energizing. I found a good Spider-Man game. Who made this game? They made a game! It's not shit! It's not shit! Yeah, I couldn't find much to complain there. But anyway, let's move on to the X-Men games. Now, there were 2 on NES by LJN, and thankfully, I covered these as well. Rather stick your dick in a piranha's mouth. Here we go, Marvel's X-Men. Look at this. Cluttered pixels, scrambled textures, shit flying everywhere. It's a disaster. The characters look like stiff, mangled, colored shapes that barely represent who they're supposed to be. Cyclops looks the same as Storm. All they did was recycle the same character and color them all different. Don't ever give the computer a character with a projectile. Because look, it's like giving a little kid 10 pounds of sugar and a super soaker. It goes apeshit, and it never, ever stops. Okay, what's happening now? I'm frozen? What the hell? Oh, that's nice. Isn't that fair? That's like tying my hands behind my back. And how can I be frozen with a character that's called Iceman? I'd be better off with Iceman from Top Gun. Every time you use your claws, it drains your life. So that kind of defeats the whole purpose, right? So just forget the claws. It will be nice to use them, but you can't. The ducking is incredibly delayed. When you push down, it doesn't just duck like any other game, it goes into this little animation. It's unnecessary and it makes it hard to avoid getting hit by something. Oh, fuck you, how cheap is it to put the burger right on top of a propeller? Look at this, it's fucking impossible. Almost dead, gotta get the beer. Ugh, I've had it up to my ass with this piece of shit. In conclusion, this game's way better than the other one, but it's still a pile of donkey dicks. But they also made a Wolverine game on Super Nintendo, Adamantium Rage. There's no color scheme, everything looks like a mess. The controls take time to get used to. Any simple button command sends me flying, jumping, and somersaulting all over the place like a maniac. It's a confusing maze with background doors that you can't go in. I keep getting lost. And look how jittery Wolverine's movement is. He only goes fast and still. 2-gear diarrhea. And falling through platforms? Oh yeah, gotta have that. but at least you can dig at the floor like a cat burying its shit. Everything I press does some stupid move, and I don't know where I'm supposed to go because everything looks the same. Right about now, I'm feeling some adamantium rage. Next up, The Punisher. I once made Pat play this game, but I've never actually reviewed it myself. But that's because there's almost nothing to say. It's just a crosshair point-and-shoot game. It's so bland, it doesn't even have music most of the time. As a rental in 1990, it wasn't bad as a time killer, just blasting away everything on screen, just as you're blasting away your brain cells. If it moves, shoot it. If it doesn't move, shoot it. During the boss fight, you can use your fists and feet, and after you kill him, it says RIP.
Wow. In video games, you don't think about all the people you kill. You take it for granted. But here comes a game that reminds you of the mortality, to rub it in your face and say, this man is dead and you killed him. Hope you're happy.
Then came The Punisher Ultimate Payback on Game Boy. As expected, it's much more primitive. But the shocking thing, it has music. So that's one major advantage over the NES version. You have to avoid shooting innocent people, even though it just takes some life away. I mean, you'd think there'd be bigger consequences than that. And when an enemy takes a hostage, you just gotta watch your aim. And then Spider-Man comes in!
Oh, Spider-Man's in this game! It's the Game Boy Cinematic Universe. And that covers the Marvel games. All right, Sam, how's the game coming?
It's getting there. I mean, there's a little bit of sprite flicker. Why don't you try it out?
Hourglasses?
But you said no clocks.
No! We need something else.
Sundials?
Wait. Death blocks? Oh, these remind me of something.
Well, see, that would be a thing called developer difficulty, where if you are testing your own game 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and not sleeping, you get really good at it, and so the game ends up like way, way harder than you think it is.
Yeah, we need to tone down the difficulty.
It's okay. We got a focus group lined up. Universal's done it for us.
Wait, everything's flickering.
Yeah, that's the NES. I can't do too many sprites on the screen at once, otherwise it starts flickering. I'm still working on the solution for that one.
Okay, I can't even control which way I'm supposed to be going. Okay, well, maybe can we move on to another console?
That would entail starting over from scratch.
All right, keep it on the NES. Get it fixed. What were you thinking? Ah! Oh, God. Oh, I gotta focus on my task here. Acknowledge every LGN game, and then I can move on. Well, let's get to the wrestling games next. Now, there were 3 on NES brandishing the LJN logo, and thankfully, I've already talked about them. Ugh. Oh! Oh! Trying to hit a guy here is like trying to hit a grain of sand with a tennis racket while Andre the Giant farts directly into your nostrils. Steel Cage Challenge, well, it has a steel cage mode. If you like glimpsing the wrestlers through the cage, get the cage out of the way, I can't see anything. Just kick him to the ground and repeatedly stomp his dick, then pin him for the slowest 3 count in history.
One funny thing I forgot to mention was that in both WrestleMania Challenge and King of the Ring, you can play as yourself. What the hell is that supposed to mean? It's not like you can customize it to actually look like yourself. King of the Ring also had a Game Boy version. It's similar to the NES version, but even more awkward and with Atari sounds. WWF, more like WTF. WWF Superstars was a big improvement. Better graphics, has music during the match, but whenever the characters get close, their bodies sort of fuse together. It's weird. Then there was WWF Superstars 2. Hey, it's on the title screen and they're already wrestling. It's impressive they included the wrestlers' theme songs. You have the option to fight in a cage match, which I don't really see the point of. But hey, each Game Boy version is an improvement over the last. Next up, we have a trilogy on Super Nintendo. In my wrestling episode, I trashed all 3 of these games, but I have to admit, these were fun. The first was WWF Super WrestleMania. It had a great character lineup, and seeing the faces all digitized was new and exciting. It gave you the option of fighting one-on-one or tag team, and you had a variety of moves to pull off. You could jump off the ropes and even fight outside the ring. It introduced a grapple system where you gotta tap the button real fast to perform a move.
So if you're playing with a friend, it's all about who has the fastest thumbs. And that's when it gets crazy. You gotta fucking tap that shit like grease lightning. And if you're both the same speed, it'll go on forever. Yeah, you haven't experienced anything until you've been in a fucking thumb war over LJN wrestling games on Super Nintendo. Yeah!
The second in the trilogy was WWF Royal Rumble. This is the one I used to play the most as a kid. I always remember how when you flip through the character screens, their theme song plays. I had never heard such awesome synthesized metal coming through my Super Nintendo. Sometimes I'd cycle through these tunes and just let it play in my room. Yeah. The game itself functions like the last one, but improved with the option of the Royal Rumble, of course. This is where it gets nuts, having all those characters fill the ring, unleashing pure chaos and pandemonium. And if you get thrown out, you can still sit back and watch the rest of the fight. The third in the trilogy was WWF Raw, and wow, what a trippy opening. At first I thought the game was glitching. So this version is like Royal Rumble on crack. Now there's mega moves and finishing moves. I don't know, but at a certain point I think enough is enough. The computer opponents are much harder, I have to say. Overall, it's fun, crazy wrestling action, and the chair hit never gets old. That's my favorite wrestling trope. There just happens to be a chair there. So might as well hit somebody. Only problem, they usually don't want to come near. Come on, anybody? Who wants to get hit by a chair? But then, of course, there was WWF Raw on Game Boy. Going from the Super Nintendo to these tiny characters on a portable screen? Yeah. The fixed camera angle with a wide view of the ring doesn't help. The grapple button mashing is way more tiring on the D-pad, so I say fuck it. And that covers the wrestling games.
All right, Sam, how's the game looking?
Yeah, this is okay. So we got the feedback from the focus group. The difficulty is too high. The game is too easy. Too many enemies. Not enough opponents to fight with. Somebody says that they really want hula girls and a bowling ball weapon.
This is horrible. Do we even have any power-ups at all now?
Well, you said no hourglasses, so the time kind of runs out a bit quick.
What's happening with the music here?
Okay, so we had the power of love. Well, we couldn't, the licensing and everything, so I sped it right up so you can't even recognize it, because I didn't have time to write a new song.
Oh no, you didn't put the bowling ball.
It's in the nose. The focus group wanted bowling balls, man. I don't know why.
Who wanted bowling balls? Oh, the flickering is worse. Oh, the controls are worse. Oh, we are spiraling into the toilet here.
Just while I have you, we do need to nix the time travel and the Hill Valley background and a few other things just because of time constraints.
Fine. Just make it playable. Make it work. How much time do we have to fix this?
Okay. Well, the deadline is, let me take a look. 2 hours from now. Hope you got a flux capacitor.
All right, you got one last chance. Don't fuck this up.
All right, let's finish the LJN library. But before we end this, it's worth mentioning they also made a gaming accessory, the Rollin' Rocker, which I already covered.
It's another hunk of plastic! Who made this thing? Son of a bitch. I'm drinking Rollin' Rock on the Rollin' Rocker. Rollin' Rock? Rollin' Rocker. Yeah, Rollin' Rock on the Rollin' Rocker.
But now, let's get into all the miscellaneous games, the LJN leftovers. First up is Pictionary. That's right, the word-guessing drawing game now on your NES. Seems like a good idea, actually. How could you screw that up? The free drawing game, where you can just doodle whatever you want, is so bad it almost rivals the LJN video art. It controls like garbage. The way you have to rotate the tool around and how it speeds away like a runaway rocket makes you wish you had an Etch-a-Sketch instead. And the erase sound effect. I think I've heard that before. Is that from Ghostbusters? Now that's epic. When you play the main game, it becomes immediately clear that this is not the Pictionary you'd expect. There's a game on the side that has an astronaut kicking around balls, or firefighters catching people out a window who won't wait their turn, or a guy carrying crates. Don't you hate it when you're trying to stack crates and frog heads keep bothering you? The idea is to last as long as possible in these mini-games, as the more points you get, the more of the picture on the right gets uncovered. When you lose the mini-game, you're left to solve the word for the picture, even if the picture is nowhere near complete. So I've been able to guess many of them, but when you can barely see much of it, what's the point?
How am I supposed to know what that is? How about fuck you?
One game I remember seeing as a kid was Gotcha, the sport. When I saw that cover, I was intrigued because I thought that red splash was blood, but it's actually a paintball capture the flag style game. Thank God the Punisher's not playing. The interesting thing is that the game was part of a marketing franchise of toy guns for kids that shot washable paint. They were made by LJN's Entertech division. The other weird thing is that it's sorta based on the comedy action film Gotcha from '85. I'd put this in the movie category, but it's such a loose adaptation.
So it uses the NES zapper and controller at the same time. So use the D-pad to go left and right, and the zapper to fire, obviously.
All you do is blast people with your paintballs and try to capture the flag.
Well, it's not that great. But what do you expect from an NES Zapper game made by LJN that's sorta kinda maybe based on a movie and that's part of a line of paintball guns for kids?
Surf's up, dudes. It's TNC Surf Design. I've reviewed this one in rhyme before, if you remember that. But let's take another look. There's two sections, skateboarding and surfing. The skateboarding is self-explanatory. You just gotta dodge everything while trying to make the fastest time. And I don't understand the hitboxes or anything. Look at this. I just fell into the side of a hole.
Man, I could never skateboard, even in a game. I mean, skateboarding's like some kind of high-level wizardry. Tony Hawk and shit. It's fucking crazy, man. Skate or die. For me, it's the latter. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Ow! Ooh!
The surfing stage is one that goes down as one of the unholiest of ass fests. The controls I couldn't figure out as a kid, and I can't figure them out now. You just keep getting sucked into this wave. Not to mention, what's up with the choice of characters? The gorilla looks like some kind of generic cartoon, but the other one,
Hang on. Somebody decided that should be a character. Yeah, we have this rad surfing game. What kind of character should we have? I don't know. How about a cat in a tuxedo?
But it's not just a cat. It's a man's body with a cat's head. Anyway, man, this game sucks. Wish I could be that guy casually floating at the bottom. He's got the life. But not me. I can't relax. I gotta flip some shit at the top of the waves here. Fuck! 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 Oh, wow. Oh, yes, yes! Ah! But hey, guess what? There was a sequel, TNC 2, Thrilla Safari. So the plot concerns Thrilla Gorilla.
Wait, a plot?
Wow, they really put a lot more thought into this one. So Thrilla's girlfriend, his human girlfriend named Barbie Bikini, is captured by a witch doctor. So it's the standard rescue the girl bullshit. The stages alternate between skateboarding and surfing. It's more action-based than the previous game. You race through, fighting enemies and jumping hurdles.
Oh my god, he exploded! Let's see that again.
It's 1,000 times more playable than the other game, but fuck them both.
Everybody's heard about the nerd. Nerd, 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 nerd's the word. Nerd, 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 nerd's the word. Nerd, 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 nerd's the word. Don't you know about the nerd? Everybody knows that the nerd is the word. Surfing nerd!
Next up, Crash Dummies. Good thing I took care of that one. Everything is just flat and lifeless. The character animation looks really stupid. Everyone walks like they're holding in a huge shit. You know, like when you have to go so bad, it feels like the poop's pressing into your pelvic bone. But there's also Crash Dummies on Game Boy. So this one's just a bunch of mini games. You start out falling from a building and are supposed to crash into as many things as possible on the way down.
Was that supposed to happen? It's a game where you're a crash dummy who crashes into shit. How do you know when you die?
The next screen says, that was boring. Yep, I'll leave it at that. Then there was the Super Nintendo version, a simple side-scroller. With 16 bits, you'd think they'd shift the quality to the next gear, but instead, they cut the corners. Fair gameplay takes a back seat to this half-ass accident that'll let the air out of your tires till you crash and burn. There's also a Genesis version, which was identical. It was typical of Acclaim to put the same game on both consoles while only putting the LJN stamp on the Super Nintendo version. But this was a rare case on the Genesis. Even though the LJN logo is nowhere to be seen on the box or cartridge, it does appear on the copyright screen, and to my knowledge, is the only Genesis game where the LJN name ever appeared. Since these games are so identical, I was on the fence whether it should be counted twice.
If not, that would bring our total number of 67 LGN games down to 66. Or would you say an identical game half counts? 0.5? Or would you say it more than half counts? A 0.6? There's 66.6 LGN games. Fuckers! Come on, knock it off!
Then there was a game called Revolution X on Super Nintendo, which was originally an arcade. The plot is some crazy shit. Some dictatorship called the New World Order bans all video games and media.
Can they ban Superman 64, Dark Castle, Action 52? Should have banned all these fucking games.
You must battle New Order forces to get backstage at Club X to meet Aerosmith, where together you will begin the revolution?
Aerosmith! The band Aerosmith is in this game!
You'd think because they were such a big part, they would have appeared more prominently on the box art. Not just the boring Revolution X logo.
Their music is all over it, and I didn't even know the Super Nintendo was capable of emulating those songs with such clarity. Just listen.
And if that's not enough, Steven Tyler gives you mission briefings.
If you're watching this, then they've taken over. It's up to you now. Find our car and stop the New Order. Remember, music is the weapon.
Steven Tyler is talking to me through my Super Nintendo. This blurs the line between awesome and ridiculous. It's a game where you start a revolution by using music, love and peace. No. By fucking murdering everyone!
This can't be real. You just shoot everything. All you do in this game is destroy. You even shoot bad guys in a strip club, and the dancers keep dancing. I ain't seeing this, man. The arcade even has blood.
Now we're living on the edge. Janie's got a gun, all right. Sweet emotion? More like sweet ammunition. That's what they should have done. If you're gonna have an Aerosmith shoot-'em-up game, you might as well play it up. Could have had a whole soundtrack.
Revolution X!
It's Revolution X, the hot new album from Aerosmith, packed with songs to take down the New World Order to.
Love is an epic slaughter, shooting them up when they hit the ground. Love is an epic slaughter. Wah, wah, dude looks like he's dead now. Dude, looks like he's dead now. Scream on, scream on, scream on.
Revolution X, order now.
Hurry!
And so in '95, Acclaim performed an exorcism on the LJN name, and so it was gone for 5 years. Like a demon seeking a new host, it found another console to invade, the Dreamcast, and thus emerged the final appearance of the unholy sign, the old rainbow in the dark. Look at that logo in full Dreamcast glory. You know, I'm gonna miss reviewing LJN games. No, I'm not. The game is Spirit of Speed, a racing game which takes place in 1937. So I guess maybe if you're really into classic cars of that time period, it might sort of be appealing. But geez, give me Mario Kart or F-Zero any day. Even as far as realistic racing games go, this is more like early PlayStation or N64 than Dreamcast. Spirit of Speed my ass, more like Spirit of Slow. The cars handle like you're dragging 20 tons of bowling balls and donkey dung. You like trudging through farmland as dull green and gray wash over your senses? And 10 laps? What are you kidding me? This is something you play if you want to go to sleep. There's almost nothing to say about it. I can't work with this. Well, you know what? I just completed the LJN library. Farewell, you fuck. All right, Sam, let's see the game.
Well, we did our best. So this is the final product. We cut some corners, but I think...
Just show me the damn game!
All right, right. Here it is.
I'm a shitload of fuck! I'm a shitload of fuck!
Nerd!
You've made the worst game ever! You've become the very thing you were fighting against! I should be reviewing your game, nerd! No! I'm the angry video game nerd. No! What was he thinking? What a shitload of fuck! Buffalo diarrhea bullfuck, that is! It's shit, it's poop, and I don't like it. No! All these years, I've been trashing these games. But maybe I haven't been fair. Maybe it wasn't the game designer's faults. Maybe if you haven't tried something yourself, you don't know how fucking hard it is. It wasn't their fault. I forgive them. This game, I forgive.
And this game, I forgive. And this game...
This game sucks.